Hi guys. How's everyone doing? Yes. One sec. Okay. How's everyone doing? I Fake Blood, Feed, Vaping, Snowcat, Nick, Sans, the Epic One, Lismas, Azarin, Dictate, Only Basic, Machiavellius, Crumble, Access Me. Alright, we had some subs actually. The Vaping, Snowcat, thank you. Unitech, Ascarian, oh hello. Valerie, Rookaholic, appreciate it guys. Chongtown. Okay, what do guys? What do? I think I'm gonna farm some more pits for now, since that has been going relatively well. Let's try to do like a fast setup. We have Pock, Jar. Sun. Let's try this. Oh. I need to get 1 point. So that. I think that's like my boss killer setup here. Yeah. Ding ding ding. 15 minutes. Yo, Federico, thanks for sub, man. Yeah, just started King Shida. It's still early, we'll see how the day goes. I'm actually starting kind of late today. Since I went to the gym and stuff. Tomorrow I'm gonna be here early at least. We do unyielding neck again. Redirect it here again. Okay, what do we farm? Let's do like a 75 or something. That should be pretty chill. Need to find like the right farming tier to go fast. Fast AF, actually. Good note. Baymates for the Berserk do not get picked up by the pets. Yeah, you have to pick them up yourself. I wonder if that's intended. Because they look like materials, so it kind of sounds like they should get picked up automatically. Maybe they messed something up there. Maybe 75 is a bit too high for the setup actually that I'm doing here. So I found like 70s. I want to do something where I can do like 2-minute runs. Any interest in Pet Quake? Yes, actually. I have my items ready for it, pretty much. I'll try it out at some point. I think Snape pushed it to like 107 now or something. Kind of wild. Pet Quake is like the minion Barb. Not sure why people call it Pet Quake, but yeah, it's the minion Barb basically. The Coda. Soft cap for int? There's no soft cap for int. I mean, it just gets worth less and less basically, the more you have. Okay, so it's like a 2.5 minute. Gonna try 70s and see if I can do chill 2-minute 70s. Get some more if I left. No. I left it in the kitchen. I left it in the kitchen. Because it was late. It was late. People are waiting. Yeah. Maybe.
Whenever you're hungry.
These bosses are a bit too slow. Okay. Let's try 70. Hi, Anonymous. How you doing? The thing is too big to be called a sword. It's too big, too heavy, too rough. Yeah, the biggest problem with the sword is that 200 swords are just not used on any build right, these days, right? So you have to like specifically make like a scuff setup and then use the 200 sword. On Barb also everything is like Earthquake right now and stuff, where you don't need like a steel weapon very much, I guess, most of the time. So it's kind of a struggle there. Yo, Kyle, thank you. If I don't last 2 hours at the gym, did it even go? I did go, actually. I guess I could last 2 hours, but I actually did EMS, which is usually very short and very intense. Okay, let's try a 70 here. That should be more chill. Yeah, I've been doing this for some months now, actually. Plus, we're doing Pilates 2 times a week. And yeah, you can actually notice the effects. It's kind of nice. Maybe I was gonna farm the 3-minute 80s actually. 3-minute 80s were kinda chill. Don't go teleport. I was gonna use the push setup and go 80s. But the gym is not necessary for anyone. Yeah, 2 hours in one go is kinda long. Unless you take like very long breaks. I mean, there's like these guys that, you know, go to the gym and then they just like chat for like 10 minutes after everything. Pick up everything and put it down again. I mean, there are certainly like some of those, you know, devices you have to kind of get the instructions for, or like, you know, figure out how to do it exactly. Because otherwise you might also just hurt yourself, right, if you do it wrong. It's not good. Best way to get tributes. That depends on which tribute you're after. The Titans is on their bosses. You can just infinitely sustain them, basically. Harmony is kind of worthless, so ignore them. And yeah, Mythic Tributes is from world bosses and Whispers, but they're pretty rare. I wonder how Ahu Jar will feel. So he swapped the 2 runes now. It's actually kind of interesting how I'm like just swapping my runes around a lot between the setups. Spiritborn is a wild choice. I mean, Spiritborn out from the jungle. What do you expect? Maybe I should do Neo Jar. It's just like a bit more consistent, but I think we have more teleports this way. Yeah, Epoch Xan definitely feels nice because it's consistent damage. I think I value consistent damage more than a consistent teleport. 75. Ja, thank you. Someone is asking about tributes. Well, Titan tributes on bosses. Everything else, you don't really farm. Refinement drops from like hordes, I think. So while farming out the side there, you can get more. I seem to enjoy D4 way more than previous seasons. I mean, I did enjoy Season 6 a lot because, you know, everything was new with the expansion and so on, but I mean, we also had like Spiritborn that was just like, you know, completely ridiculous with all the bugs and so on, right? So obviously that made stuff kind of like too easy and boring relatively fast. I do enjoy the higher difficulty these days. And they've done a pretty good update here, I think. You know, there's like more grind, more stuff to do, and it's kind of nice. Yeah, and there's many fun builds right now. You know, a pretty balanced meta. I mean, this is the most balanced season ever, I think, which is very nice. We don't need to have like any crazy bugs besides Sorcs being like a little bit OP with some enlightenment stuff going on. But you know, even that is not too crazy. So yeah, I'm actually quite enjoying it. I wonder if we can keep Gorilla. I'll try. So I have barriers. Auspicious. Should be fine. Keep the pox on. Okay, let's do 75. I wanna see if I can do like not more than 2.5 minutes. How do you found Tribute of Ascendance? You don't. But you get them sometimes from World Boss and Whispers. I'm thinking about PoE 2 right now. I haven't tried a new loot patch, but I hear many good things. And I mean, I did like PoE 2 a lot before the loot patch. So I think very positively about PoE 2 right now. But I know a lot of other people don't. I'm a PoE 2 enjoyer though, so... And I'm very excited to see what else they'll be cooking in the next months. Remove Tribute of Harmony, yeah. Like the fucking rune tributes, man, they need to go. Or like, I don't know, make it like 10 times more rare and 10 times better. That would be a good start. In general, I think we get way too many tributes. Like, I don't want to run Undercity like 5,000 times a season, you know? We get way too many tributes. Make them better and more rare. I don't know, maybe make some like, you know, step 5 you can try to accomplish if you know, do something special in the run or something. I feel exhausted playing PoE2. Yeah, I mean, it does require your full attention basically most of the time. It's not that easy. Oh, thanks, Salibian. Thank you. You're the best.
You do have lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 second. Tier 10 attunement. In Undercity, yeah, I think maybe they redesigned a bit so I can just like, you know, clear more. I feel like in Undercity it's kind of like, you know, rush from the braziers to brazier or whatever they're called. You don't really kill anything in between. Kind of weird. Thank you, baking fat. Crit is blasting, yeah, okay. I can farm 80s even if I want, and like sub 3 or so. I'm just trying to keep it a bit faster on like 70 or 75, so I'm just trying to find like a comfy farming level. But yeah, around 3 minutes 80s is what I can do right now. You always find yourself full skipping last 4. Yeah, if you play like Lightning Spear and you actually kill a lot of stuff and click all the things in floor 1 and 2, then you don't need to do anything in floor 3. For other builds, you know, they don't like screen clear 3 screens around you automatically, just by existing. You have to clear a little bit on floor 3. Like I usually just click all the braziers in Undercity, and they don't kill anything, so that's kind of my typical runs. And maybe I can skip 1 brazier or something. It's very fun to play this right now. I'm enjoying Spiritborn Blast currently. imagine we could actually spawn bosses. Somehow. Thought Spiritborn sucked. I didn't say that. Take it easy. I can kill Belial in 5 seconds flat or so with this character on T4. On hardcore. Also Death, Stinger and Rushing Claw. Yeah, Rushing Claw is for the enjoyers. I don't really like it that much. It's a good build though. It really pops off in late game though once you have really good gear. Touch of Death is just always kinda nice. And Stinger is super fun but has a bit of a single target problem. Like later stages. I started with Stinger on this character actually, and I went all the way to T4, no problem. The Great Druid and Enquiries season. The first time I play all characters in that season. I think that's actually true. I don't think there was a single season where I played every class. I think I always stop at 4 or 5. And it's actually kind of likely I will. I definitely want to try out the Necro, and then it's basically just a decision whether I make a Druid or not. And there's Stoneburst right now that I want to try. I want to see how Boulder is. I think Boulder should be a nice, smooth farming build as well. Yes. Wins. Thank you, man. Enough. Dude, 2 bangers in a row. Let's go. With a push pit with emotional support Druid. I know Boiler is trying to get people to try to support Druid with him. He has like a support Druid set up. I'm not sure if he has done it already. Worst case, on a Saturday max roll meeting, I'm gonna dictate it needs to happen. Because I wanna see it. So I need to at least make some of the Maxwell boys play Boiler. Yeah, support Druid is actually legit. It's just that it's not really a reason to do like high pushing and you know, barely anyone does it. These days we don't even need to do it anymore for glyphs because you can just farm with the glyphs to 100 if you want. So... Ditch. Emotion support. A support Druid is actually legit. It's actually good. I'm running Starless right now.
I forge more than what the hammer sings on your return.
Yeah, Rowan Walk is pretty fun. The visuals are amazing. And setup is relatively smooth to play this season. Can recommend if you want to try something else on Rogue. Roa is pretty decent. Pretty sure you can just like insta-kill T4 bosses with that too. It's like quite a lot squishier than Death Trap. But if you have Darkshot on the bar, it's fine. Bit slower as well. Like I was farming like around 3 minutes 79s I think. Basically like this, yeah. Roa is pretty comparable to Quill, I'd say. Like my gear on the Rogue is definitely better than it is on the Spiritborn. And yeah, I can probably roughly double my damage still on my Quill volley here. I'd say. Especially if you get a better Kapeleke, better Harmony. Some aspect rolls are scuffed. Like those things will give me nearly double damage, I think. So I could be farming 79s and sub 3 easily, I think, on the Spiritborn. And that would be like Roa level. I do like 79s in 3 minutes. I think Darkseid is going even higher. But he's playing like Giga Squish softcore strats. Yeah. So Roa is cool. I'll play some more Roa. Just because I only played it for a few hours, like when I made it. Definitely want to go back to it and just like, you know, blast some pits or something. I need to see how many pit keys do I have. Oh, okay, we have 1200. That will last a while. We spent like 20 per hour maybe, or something, at this pace. So it's 20 hours. Oh, Exile, thank you. Okay, got outmatch and legendary status. Okay, I gotta try some crushing hand at some point. Jump fragments with some hordes, Mo. Hey, Seabar. Would you consider Roa at least slightly comparable? I mean, Roa is clearly behind Death Trap, but, you know, Roa is still very strong. As I said, you know, Roa is like kind of this strong, I'd say. It's like comparable to Quivolley. You're gonna move up Quivolley in A for sure. You moved it down at the season start. I was mostly concerned about squishiness, but we can make it work. And we get to the point where we, you know, insta-kill all T4 bosses and, you know, this has pushed close to tier 100 and so on. So yeah, it's definitely an A tier build. You're gonna move it up again. And Roa, for example, is also in A right now. They feel comparable. It's just that Death Trap kind of does it all. It's immortal, you know, it pulls everything to you. It's like, you know, super easy to play. So Death Trap is definitely, you know, a crazy build in every regard. Like, it's like, probably as an overall build, it's probably the build of the season, Death Trap, right? Because it just like has everything, has no weakness. It's easy to set up as well, you know. You don't need like a super crazy gear. Season Roa was top rogue build. Yeah, this is before they changed trigger attacks and stuff. And I mean, Roa is also, last season especially, it was like a super inconsistent, you know. It was top rogue build, but, you know, the RNG for that, right, to get a run where Roa is the best, versus, you know, the next best build, like Death Trap. You know, like Death Trap is like 100 times more consistent. Where Roa, you know, you have like the size of the boss, you have the ad spawns, you have the timing of the staggers, with your trigger tags up, and you know, like all that stuff needs to come together, and then you blast down the boss. And if that doesn't come together, you kill the boss like 10 times slower, literally. Like I had some boss fights that were like, I don't know, 30 seconds or something on like a, I don't know, hit, what did I do, 110 or some 120, I don't know what, like with Roa. And I had like 30-second boss kills, and I had other boss kills that were like 9 minutes. That's the Reign of Arrows last season. Yeah, so it's like, oof. That was really scuffed. It's a bit better now since the trigger attacks changed, but still. Is ultimate or overpower better? Ultimate rolls higher. Does it higher actually? Overpower is 140. Ultimate is 115. I mean, realistically, it matters so little. But yeah, whichever is higher, basically. I mean, okay, there's the advantage where if you don't have guaranteed overpower, if you don't play the 275 energy max, you know, guaranteed overpower, but if you play with Sunrune, I'm playing Sunrune on my Death Trap. I don't overpower all the time. So going for ultimate damage makes T4 farming more consistent, because I probably have enough damage without overpowers to just one-shot everything, right? So you actually buff your non-overpowers in that case.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need? What still got some good in it?
He found enough bottles to get 21 banana caches, 0 mythics, 0 legendary runes. Oh my god, dude. That actually sounds like a logout angle. Yeah, even from all my Belials, I don't think I got a single mythic from Belial, actually. I mean, I did most of them on T3, but T3 is fine. But, you get a lot of GAs though when you farm Belial. Like in the softcore economy, where you have like infinite Belial mats, and you just farm Belial, like you can actually gear up so fast. It's insane. Like it's literally 5 times faster than what I can do. Or more, 10 times faster. You just, you know, you skip all the Undercity runs, you buy Belial mats, you sell some of the drops, you buy more Belial mats, you insta-kill Belial without any shitty phases all the time. Like it's actually insane. The wonders of modern technology, guys. Just dupe. Yo. Imran? Thank you. Exos had the highest row clear and it's on hardcore, damn. Yeah, I mean on a build like this where you have like this insane amount of fishing potential. Like it's not just that you need to get the right boss like in most other builds, you know, like most builds they get a good clear and then they get like a Spirit Caller of Frost and you know, it's fine. But not only that, but you need a Spirit Caller of Frost, but then you also need to, you know, get the red spawns in the right moment, get your trigger tags up, get the stagger in the right moment. You know, the boss needs to not move, they needs to be, you know, need to be like not distracted by fucking shadows, and then, yeah, and then you just blast down the boss, right, in like insane bursts. So that was the ring of arrows. Yeah, and the more fishing potential like that there is, then of course the more you see like some crazy outcomes sometimes. Like you seriously have to do something about bosses in pits. They're so inconsistent, even for builds that are not like Roar. And also just boring. They need to like reduce the timer at least. It's like the easiest solution to at least to get started with making the pit cooler is just reduce the timer, man. Make it like 8 minutes. Like this game is not made for 15-minute runs. Spiritborn is super fun right now. I think that aspect is sellable, right? Let's see. You have enough attack speed in Death Trap, is Dexterity overpower better? Dexterity is much better. Like you don't roll you don't roll any kind of like damage increases on overpower builds. Overpower builds have so much increased damage. You go like, you know, for the multiplicative stats, like dexterity, attack speed, whatever. Like, you know, like an overpower damage roll is like literally worthless. Because overpower builds have a lot. Like my rogue has 50k life, 50k fortify, which gives me around 25,000% increased damage. You know, like any kind of, like any primary glyph effect, any paragon node, any like, you know, 100% or 200% overpower damage on my weapon or whatever is like completely irrelevant. Spiritborn go. Brr. How much attack speed is needed for Death Trap? I'm not 100% up to date if there's like some very important breakpoints. I remember Ava and Mippy discussing something in the Rogue channel. But I'm not really sure what's the conclusion on that. So for me, I've just kind of been blasting. There might be like a certain breakpoint that is a bit more beneficial than others, especially when you go for the Xan setup. For like the Banish Lord setup, it won't really matter. You probably don't really want a lot of attack speed in that case, actually. But for Xan, more attack speed means more overpowers, because you cast more. And you get a better uptime of the Xan rune. And that actually matters. Like Death Trap itself, you can actually get away with very low attack speed, because the animation is fast anyway. And the main reason to have a lot of attack speed is for the rune procs. Because the Death Trap lasts, you know, probably like 2 seconds or so, like in total, because of the rearm, and then it goes off, and you know, all that. You can only have 3 Death Traps out at a time. So you actually need a very low attack speed just for the Death Trap. So for Banish Lord setup, you don't need any attack speed, I'd say. And for the Xan, you probably want a bunch. Oh, where's Outmatch? Yeah. One button Spiritborn build. You can try evade maybe. Dude, how did that happen? Wait, I need to watch this again. That wolf. Like, I think I just deleted this elite from existence. But not anything else in that pack. Do you see that? That was weird. Like, it was literally like one tapped and disappeared. Ah, wait a minute, it was the execute. I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, it's the execute. You have the 5% chance on first hit to delete enemies. Okay. All good. It just doesn't show because I have the numbers turned off. I got bamboozled. We get capped again. Automated work killing boss for uniques. You can do it as low as T1, you know, just to get like a non-ancestral version of whatever you need. You know, so a few kills will usually just give you the item if you don't care that much about the roll of it or something. Just to get the build online. Then, like in Torment 3, for example, I would go to, you know, farm some ancestral stuff and maybe some mythic even. Pretty decent fist. 260 is a bit sad, but it gives 45 mil. Oh, upgrade. 1% more. Let's do it. What is this? Okay.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Actually curious. How much does it do? We get almost 50 weapon damage. Should be like 3%. 2.5%. Okay. Monkana. Yeah, it's not very complicated. So you have to know that fully maxed out anything hits is roughly quadruple damage for a quarter stuff. It's a bit less for the lower weapons because they have higher damage per hit. A quarter stuff has 542 average damage. You can actually see it here. 542. And then, you know, like polearm. Let's see. Here's a glaive. Here's a polearm. So they're probably like, I don't know, 600 and 600 something or so. Yeah, 596, and it's probably like 640, 662 actually. That's also why on evade build you run a polearm, for example. You know, it's just straight up more damage per hit. But you know, here we have a quarterstaff, that's the fastest. So the extra added value is actually the most on a quarterstaff because it's faster, because you get flat 1500 damage. So 500, you can basically just round it down to 500 plus 1500, it's quadruple. And now when I attack, then it would say like, you know, 2500, around 2000 basically, because I'm missing a little bit of armor. With a perfect aspect, you need 5k armor. Like I have a 29 aspect, so I need like, I don't know, 5.2 or something, I guess, to max it out. So I'm missing a few percent damage here. I'm missing like 5% damage maybe. We live in North Scotland and you wonder if there's more sun in Greece. The answer is yes. Just a little. In Greece there are 2 suns. It definitely feels that way sometimes. Like, it's actually hot today. It's like start of May. It's actually hot, man. Like, I'm running around in a t-shirt and I mean, if I stay out, I will just sweat. That's how warm it is right now. Yeah, South Italy should have very similar climate here. You might come visit Greek beaches in the summer, that's a fabulous idea. There's like thousands of them, and they're all amazing. Thanks, Bandit. Dude, I have to say, I'm having a blast blasting some Spiritborn again. Everyone was fucking dooming. But it's fun. Yeah. I reworked the Maxwell setup a little bit as well, with the findings from yesterday. I've been cooking 19-hour stream, cooking Spiritborn. That was worth it though. I mean, the funny part is, in the end, not that much change actually. Like, I also tried the original guide setup that I had, and it was actually almost the same power. But I did find out a few little things that are kind of interesting. And tweak the setups. I especially made it more tanky actually, as well as the offense didn't change that much, but I made it more consistent and more tanky and slightly stronger. Because, to be honest, the defense was a bit of a concern for me going into the season, and it still is on hardcore. Like, Spiritborn is very squishy compared to all other classes. Like, if you look at the Paragon, there's barely any damage reduction. There's just like the Viscous Shield, but then when your barrier is gone, you don't have that even. And all the other Paragon bolts have like no damage reduction. No glyph has damage reduction that we use. I guess you could throw in something like a turf glyph in some setups, but that's also, yeah. Give us season 6 Spiritborn bugs back, you could play any build and it was good. Nah, I mean, that's obviously not the move. I think what they have to do is, they have to nerf Quill single target. Just to bring it a bit in line with the rest, because Quill is just, you know, for any kind of difficult content, Quill is just the only thing, because it has single target damage. So they need to nerf the Quill single target and then buff everything by, you know, a factor of 2 or something. I think that would be probably the move. And especially the poison builds, they need to go up. Like Bitter Medicine. Bitter Medicine is a good start with how they reworked it for the poison builds, but they need to stack to like 200% bonus and not just 40 or something. Because single target on any poison build is just shit. You know, they have really good AoE because of Noxious Resonance, and they have no single target. And I don't want them to really change Noxious Resonance. I think it's a cool passive. And it feels good, you know, like the big AoE pops with Noxious Resonance, like when you make Stinger, and you press Vortex, and you know, the entire pack explodes, it just feels good. But then you go to the boss and you have 0 damage. So I think they need to buff Bitter Medicine, especially, because that buffs specifically the poison builds. And nothing else, and all the poison builds suffer from the same disease. So That would be pretty good, I think. Yo, the Buran, thank you. Yeah, and then long term, I guess they can, like, you know, do some updates for builds that don't really see any play right now. Like, you know, Rake maybe gets its own unique or something at some point. Or, I don't know, something like Payback. It's basically just a shitty crushing hand. There could definitely be, like, some cool stuff they could make there. I mean, it would also be fun if you could actually just Payback as, like, let's say, a supporting, you know, like a cooldown, big burst kind of ability. The problem, though, that, you know, is that Payback stacks up its damage by using Payback, which means you have to spam Payback. But it should be maybe the other way around. It should stack up its damage by not using it, you know? So you keep it on the bar, and then, you know, there's an elite, and you go kapow, you know? That would be cool. Like a fucking finisher, you know? You go in with Crushing Hand, you punch the guy, and then, you know, you get him down to like 50% and you do Payback. Boom. You know, that would be cool. Like kind of nice, yeah, maybe. I think it would be a lot more interesting than just having like a shitty version of Crushing Hand. As, you know, like it's literally the same build, the same Paragon, the same skill tree, everything basically. It's just a bad version of Crushing Hand. That's basically Payback. So, and you can only play it when you have kept it like a. Thanks, Dudu. If Andy Hound can you scale the poison with Chain Lightning Sorc? For poison, Andy, Chain Lightning, you should have played Season 5. That was actually a thing. Right now, Andy is not really in fashion. I do have Quill Volley Andariel set up in the Quill Volley guide, though. There's a variant. You can check that out if you want to make a Spiritborn. It's like the only setup where that makes some sense. So I get out of attack speed, I guess. I've seen a lot of Boulder Druid. Is it strong? Yeah, Druid in general is strong. And I think Boulder is pretty decent, yeah. Like, Druid has no bad build currently. Unless they talk about memes like Stormclaw or something. But Stormclaw hasn't been a thing for like 6 seasons. So. Like all the core skills and all that stuff is pretty good on Druid. Also, Bulldog can now be used while moving. You can actually play PoE too in this game. I wonder how that feels. I might try WSD and do like a, you know, Boulder while moving. Next season I'm definitely gonna try a Ball Lightning Sorc as well. Let me see how that feels. Thanks, Vienna. Yeah, I don't really want to play Cataclysm, it seems kind of boring. I played a bunch of like Hurricane Druid when that was a thing like in Season 4, so I didn't like that too much. I guess Cataclysm is like, just like, you know, stronger, better, more comfy than Hurricane was. But it's just like, I don't know, not that exciting, I feel. I want to press buttons and see the impact. Can't find Belial on the map. Maybe do the quest. I have to do it on every character. I failed 5 times, 55%. Spiritborn just tanks by blocking or dodging damage, so it's scary for hardcore. I mean, you have 100% block all the time on every build. Besides maybe evade or so, but on evade you have 100% dodge all the time if you want. So, you know, the bigger problem is that some things go through block and dodge, right? Like some ground effects and so on. And then you don't have any damage reduction. There's nothing on the Paragons besides on the Viscous Shield board, where you get a little bit of a half barrier. Most Spirit Bombers have barrier, okay, it's relatively easy to get barrier. But, you know, it's not really enough, because there's no other DR, and you also don't have any defensive pieces, you know, you don't run Shaco on any builds. You know, you don't have any defensive aspects anywhere. I mean, there's some opportunities to put something like layered wards in there, but that's also just kind of like, it buffs your block reduction, and it keeps you vulnerable against all these like ground effects still. So, Spiritborn is definitely scary in hardcore currently. I mean, okay, at this point my character's pretty tanky. I can tank most of the pit stuff. I could probably tank all the pit attacks all the way to pit 100, but I don't really want to try like the little waves and stuff. I can probably survive them though with like 20k life, 20k hit barrier. But yeah, for example, T4 bosses on hardcore on Spiritborn is definitely scary. Need to insta-kill them. I asked Chronix and DZ if they can like test a little bit what I can dodge. I tried to test a little bit like yesterday. You know, what I can dodge a counterattack. You have counterattack for 100% dodge, which is nice for bossing. But some things cannot be dodged, and then you just get one-tapped. So, for example, the Belial Breath one-tapped me through 100% dodge. So I noticed that. And what was the other thing? I lost 2 Spiritborn yesterday on Eternal. Not sure what is the second one. It wasn't Zir, the Blood Pools. I remember. They also do a lot of damage on T4 actually. That's exactly what I talk about, like the ground effects. So if you get 50% damage reduction and a 50% damage reduction, you will be twice as tanky. If you get another 50% damage reduction, you'll be twice as tanky again, and so on. In fact, usually you have like increasing returns. And when you have like certain things that you can stack in the same source. Now there's not much of that, but certain passives, for example, give you damage reduction, right? And in some cases quite a lot. Let's say on the Barb, you have aggressive resistance, I think it's called. You know, 4% damage reduction while berserking. And you can get a lot of the ranks for that for, I think on the Ugly Bastard Helm, or on the Tusk Helm, one of the 2 uniques. And stacking the same source of damage reduction actually increases the returns. So basically, the closer you get to 100% damage reduction from the same source, the crazier it becomes as the exponential scaling. You can see my build on Maxwell, freshly updated earlier this morning. Toot toot. Like Eyes in the Dark and Scoundrels, they are from Trapped. They are actually separate. You know, they are 2 different items. They have the same name, like, you know, damage reduction from trapped enemies, but they don't add up together. But they have pretty high values. So, you know, you can get to something like 30 or even 40%, I think, with GA and Triple Masterwork, for example, on the chest. And on the chest there's no other stat that you care about really. Maybe movement speed. So yeah, actually like triple masterworking, GA, the chest with the damage reduction. Let's say we needed a damage reduction, which we don't, I guess. But in a world where we need a damage reduction, that would be very effective. Because you can get to pretty high values. Like you would already feel that effect of the exponential scaling a little bit. Where, you know, every extra percent added just becomes worth more than the last. As long as it's from the same source. How about the all damage reduction tooltip? That is, as a stat increase, additional bonus become less effective. I mean, step 1, don't trust the tooltip. And I don't know why they said that, to be honest. I guess they write this because the number doesn't increase in the same, like, you know, it doesn't add up, right? When you have a 10% damage reduction and another 10% damage reduction, then the number will not be 20, it will be 19. So it's like, in some way it's correct that additional sources are less effective, but it's not really the case. You know, it's just that, you know, I guess they wrote it because people might get confused. Oh, why is it not 20? Why is it 19? Because they don't understand the math behind it. But it is actually not less effective. So it's just not the 20% that some people might expect. But it gives you exactly what it's supposed to. What's more impactful while leveling? The armor res. Basically res is the only thing you care about while leveling. You can't really get your armor to high enough values, and I mean the R barely exists before Paragon. Or without aspects. You still don't understand. Yeah, so basically anything that says reduction, it's multiplicative from different sources. Like cooldown reduction, resource cost reduction, damage reduction. Anything that scales down, basically, instead of up. They're all multiplicative to each other. And the way that you calculate this is that when you have, let's say, a 10% reduction, you know, 10% damage reduction, or 10% resource, doesn't matter. So you take 100%, which is the baseline, and subtract 10. So you have 90. So you have 90% left. Yeah. And then the next time you have 10%, you take that 90 and you subtract 10% from that. So 90 minus 10% is 81. You know, you only subtract 9 now. And so on. And you do this for every individual source. You know, the 2% roll, the 5% thing, the 30% thing. You know, you always take the previous and then, you know, remove that percent. And that is the remaining multiplier. And this ensures that you can never reach 100% reduction of anything. You know, because it's always multiplicative. They don't add or subtract exactly. They multiply. And this means you can never reach 0. Unless you have an effect that by itself gives you 100% reduction. Like, for example, Channeling Shrine. Channeling Shrine is 100% resource cost reduction. Or Inner Sight as well, I guess. Season 4 Barbs. And in Season 4, you could temper Martial Vigor, which is 4% elite damage reduction per point. So if you had 25 points, you were immortal. If you had 24 points, you would take a lot of damage suddenly. And if you had 23 points, you would take double the damage of 24 points. It's going to be updated this week. Yeah, we're discussing already, and Saturday we have our next meeting. So we're probably gonna do a bit of like a, you know, check on all the builds. Now that we actually understand, you know, what tiers we're doing. Because before the season started, we didn't even know what tiers we're doing, right? Like, they just said, okay, we changed the pit. Good luck, guys. So, no one even knew, like, what tier we're going for, right? And now we have a bit of a better idea. So we're probably gonna, like, update. But I mean, overall, the max tier list seems actually in a really good spot. So I don't think we're gonna move too much around. Build is updated on max 1 AM. Actually, that feels good for leveling. Level 42, 2 hours in. Well, sounds solid.
Starting from nothing. That's the spirit.
Do I gamble with amulets? I still have the movement speed here. Do I even need that movement speed? 154. I actually do. Gives me pretty much exactly cap. Okay. That life roll though. Yeah, fuck it, we go for more rings. Always rings. Gives me no aspects. Ah, look at that.
See some steel you need. What's still got some good in it?
Do I have Whispering Keys on this character? Easy to forget the keys. They're really good. You don't want to run without the Whispering Keys. I do have really good Fist of Fate. So I'll try to sell these.
What's left, you ask?
Dude. Wait, do you see that? Yeah. Who drops ugly bastard helm? And the bastard is censored. Oh my god. We got to build on. I'm not sure. Can you disable it? Maybe. The other day someone said want to buy ugly. Dude, bastard is censored. That's insane. Well, who knows? Maybe he wrote something else, but I doubt it. I crafted a Starless. Bought some Omen Runes yesterday and finally I made it. I couldn't be bothered to wait for the random drop. Like, Mythics are just not dropping, man. I have all the things I need now, though. Do I need any other Mythics? I don't have a cooldown Shaco, so if I want to do like a Lightning Spear, it's a bit sad, but we have Uriel power these days, so I guess it's okay. I don't think I'm gonna try to get a cooldown Shaco this season. Not even sure if I'm gonna play much Lightning Spear, to be honest. Maybe a little bit. Barb is a solid choice at the moment. Yeah, Barb is very good. lots of good builds. Barb's a class that is like the most consistently like top tier class of all time in this game. It's just always good. Can never go wrong with Barb. Like, it's just the base kit of Barb that's just strong, you know. Yo, Jackson, Zero, thank you. I want to see if that actually triggers redirected, because my here procced, and I guess it doesn't. It doesn't trigger my redirected force when my here takes it. Oh. Thanks, Wheels. Barb wasn't very fun in the preseason. Well, I guess you didn't play my build. That's unfortunate since it's dead these days. But yeah, Kratos Barb was some of the most fun I ever had in this game actually, in Season 0. That was a fucking blast. It was so much fun. I played it for weeks. I was the first to kill Lilith and do it T100 Nightmare Dungeon. I think it was Druid actually. It was Tornado Druid who did the first T100, I believe. But yeah, Barb was... Yeah, okay, wait a minute. It was like with Gores, right? Then they nerfed it or something instantly. And then it took a while and then people did like Druid. Maybe it was like that. Yeah, but they deleted the Woven stuff basically on day 2 or something. Dude, I miss my Kratos Barb. I wanna get it back. Can we just have season 0 again, man? Revert everything. When is Diablo 4 Classic coming? Dude. Want Eyeshots to come back? Yeah, Eyeshots is back. Although it's not like the old school Eyeshots, I guess, where like, you know, like the old school Eyeshots was very fun as well. I played it in Season 1. Like you walk in, you press Frost Nova, and then everything dies. That was cool. We don't have that anymore. But maybe with the maybe in T4 actually, it's probably fine to do this. You can probably do that. I wonder if I can actually like just like take like Frost Nova, Ice Heart Brace, and just walk into T4 dungeons. You can probably do that with the current Ice Shards build. And the Ice Shards enchant. Thanks Scott again, and LB Design. Ice Heart Brace copy and shipment. I mean, density is very high these days. There's a 30% chance to trigger another Frost Nova, right? So it's pretty consistent. Look at these packs here. Like all these packs have like, I don't know, 5 to 10 monsters. It's pretty consistent to get like follow-up Ice Novas. And even if you don't, I mean, most of the time you will just kill them. The question is, are these like single Ice Shards enough to proc Azarath consistently enough on everything? That's the main thing, right? So usually you shoot 7 Ice Shards at a time. And the enchant only shoots 1. And relatively slowly as well, but it shoots at everything. So especially if you play like Raymond, pull them together, and then press Frost Nova, that should work pretty well. But on the other hand, you don't really want to do that, right? You kind of want to press Frost Nova and just run and everything dies around you. But if you get enough lucky hit, it might be fine. Like a big fist. Enemies go unstoppable. Yeah, I'm talking about like, you know, like a speed farm thing, right? Like Hell Tides or something. And like I don't expect to use Ice Shards enchanted like a high pit. But if I can walk around in a Hell Tide and just like chain Frost Novas everywhere and everything dies around me, that's what I want. Dude, I remember in Season 4 when we had like uncapped size tempers, or was it in PTR? There was like this guy running around with Ice Heart Brace and like 500% Nova size or some shit. Like he was literally freezing stuff off screen with his Frost Novas. And it was just like popping off. Boom, 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 boom. That was completely ridiculous. That was PTR, yeah. Like, he was running around, everything was frozen. The entire fucking Helltide was just fucking frozen, man. Default difficulty can be done with a lot of non-meta builds. Yeah, I mean, it will require more effort to get there and some good gear and so on, but basically even all the way down to B and C tier builds you will get there. The bosses might be a bit of a struggle on T4 for some builds, especially those that don't really have like, you know, integrate defense or a single target. So they might farm bosses on T3, but you know, everything else in T4 is probably fine. Season 4 PDR was cinema. Yeah. I just remember do. Imagine if Spiritborn was in Season 4 PTR, uncapped Vortex side. You walk into Fractured Peaks, you press Vortex, 500 monsters fly into your screen. Everyone else on the server is like, where's my density? And then you see like, you know, a bunch of spiders flying past them. Dude, like a 700% vortex size of Spiritborn. It will probably be enough vortex size to just pull in all of the bosses as well. That's how big the vortex will be. Someday, guys. Someday, like they always have this history of bringing back old bugs and all that stuff, right? Someday, a patch will come out, and the size cap template will be turned off. It's gonna happen. And then we'll do it. At least for a few days. Corpse tendrils. Yeah, corpse tendrils kind of did that as well. I remember like the giga corpse tendrils, man. Oh my god. Yeah, and back then it was not just uncapped, but it was also radius instead of size. So it actually scaled extremely hard as well. Because the radius just like linear scaled up with increased size tempers basically. Instead of like the square root of it. Like it does now. Go into Mesa map, walk to the center, pull all the mobs, 20-second pit run. Oh man, with the desert map? Yeah, for sure. That'll be good. Druid cycle size tempers push the whole zone away. Oh man. Non-ancestral Kapaleka over regular ancestral. Yes. I think they will nerf by flying with Infernal Hordes. No, that's not a reason to. I mean, it's a nice strat, but it's not like really an OP thing to farm or something. You know, there's plenty of other stuff you want to farm that is also effective. It's a very good source of Kapalekis though. I should do some hordes. Maybe we're gonna spec back to Stinger. Do some Infernal Hordes. Like Stinger and Infernal Horde farming is actually gonna be chill. I think I'll do it. Also I have much higher glyphs now. Still leveling them, I guess. We have Stardust now actually. That will make Stinger a lot more comfy. I was running like kinda scuffed setup because I didn't have the resources. I'm gonna have a lot more damage now on the Stinger. We have attack speed and core. Perfect. The crit is kinda useless. Dude, my Stinger will actually have like basically 100% crit chance for no reason. Yo, gold. DGK, thank you. Bring back holy bolts, oh my god. The minion bug. I remember people were very upset when they fixed that. Holy bolts, minion barb. Will the gauntlet ever come back? I don't think so. I mean, maybe it will, but in a very different form. But so now I guess it's just retired and they're probably gonna do something else. And you know, I don't think they're gonna bring something back that is called Gauntlet, just because people are gonna have bad memories about it. So at the very least they will rebrand it and change it. I am using Core of Cappadocia, but I'm not using Midnight Sun. So my resources don't come back instantly always. I use a chance to restore resource lucky hit on my glove in the Starless Skies, which is like basically the push version of this build. I've kind of like a hybrid between push and speed farm. I have like the teleport rune and Starless and that combo. I need to test how Crushing Hand will go these days with Starless versus Midnight Sun, but I think it should still be better. But maybe not. Maybe it's not gonna be enough lucky hit on Crushing Hand, because they also care about the Epoch Xan combo. Being killed the Gauntlet. I mean, Gauntlet was just not really something that a lot of people want to engage with. And even for those people that were tryhards, it wasn't really that fun in the long term, I think. I had fun in the first month, you know, where we had like 2 weeks warm-up, and then the 2 weeks competing for the prize. Yeah, that was cool, but then after that I just kind of didn't want to do more. Maybe I was burned out from Gauntlet because I did it so much. But, you know, since there wasn't nothing really attached to it, and not really like a very competitive scene after the prize was done and so on. Yeah, it kind of felt like, okay, you go through it, you get like your cache of some legendaries, and then you don't really care, you know. And also, like, you know, the way to get the rank 1 was, you know, very little through the gameplay. I mean, there was a lot of gameplay involved, obviously, but it was too much about just making a strategy and too little about gameplay, let's say. Right? Like, you had to make the perfect route, and that took hours of refining, and, you know, this is something that just people don't do. You know, people want to blast, not sit there with paint. And then, you know, you have to remember like 8 minutes of taking the right turn at every step, right? You have to remember like, you know, 100 different steps throughout the run. Exactly where all the elites are, where you turn, when you turn around, when you click the shrine, when you kill that boss, when do you do that step to pick that stuff up, and so on, right? So there were like so many details that is also just like information overload for most people. You know? You have to practice the run and then, you know, learn exactly the route, and then it's sometimes you change the route, and then you have to relearn it again. So it was, you know, it was like a very special system. It was very unique in how it works. So they're definitely creative, I guess, with the Gauntlet. But yeah, it's just like a failed experiment, I guess, in the end. Like, there needs to be randomness in a competitive feature in ARPGs. You know, making something like Challenge with a Gauntlet where everything is fixed is it's just not fun enough. There needs to be randomness, and there needs to be, you know, skill expression through reacting to randomness, right? Like, it was kind of like just a wrong assumption that we need a system where everything is equal for everyone at all times. The randomness is the exciting part, and without the randomness it gets boring. And you need to make a system where reacting to a random event allows you to express your player skill. You know, where you can show that you know what to do in any circumstance, especially unpredictable circumstances. You know, that's the exciting part. This is why I love racing so much, right? You can't script it. You don't know what drops you're gonna get, you know? You don't know like every single run and so on. And all that kind of stuff, you know? You always have to adjust, you always have to, you know, adapt to the current situation. And that adapting, that is the fun part. And like the most, you know, the most interesting to learn as well, right? You know, getting a character from like, you know, 1 to 100 or something in like a 20-hour run. And at every step along the way, you have to make the right decision to go the fastest possible. That's the fun part. Thanks, Redrix. How do you give the sub? There's a button. It says sub, or give the sub. Build is mine from Exile, yeah. Freshly updated this morning. After my 19-hour stream. How can I make PvP exciting and worth playing it? Only if they make a system like Diablo Immortal where, you know, you have, I don't know, some sort of like proper scaling between characters. Like the thing is that Diablo 4 is like ridiculous with the builds, right? And Diablo Immortal has a way more down to earth, like, you know, legendaries and builds and all that stuff. So they would have to make, something like Path of Exile Royale, where you know, like a battle royale in Diablo 4 would go extremely well, I think. Maybe it wouldn't be that super popular, but it could definitely attract some audience, I think, if they do it well. Like PoE Royale was a really good like example, I think. You start at level 1, you load in, there's 100 people, and you know, imagine like they fucking like parachute drop you into Fractured Peaks, and the entire Fractured Peaks is just a PvP zone with 100 people, last man standing. Butchers running around, there's like chests you can open and fight over. Like, imagine that shit, man. That would be so cool. And then, you know, you make like maybe some tweaks, you know, for like, you know, legendaries and uniques and whatever, and some the skills as well, because some stuff is kind of like busted and you need to balance it out a little bit. So similar how Path of Exile Royale has done it, right? They made like a specific passive tree that was like way smaller than a normal one. And, you know, that was kind of like balanced around this, like, you know, level 1 to 15 PvP, basically. So you keep it like kind of small scale, make a few things, you know, tweak it a bit. I think that could be really cool. But yeah, aside from that, I mean, if you want to make exciting PvP with your existing characters, then there's no way to do that in Diablo 4, I think. Like, you need, like, even if you make something like an arena or so, like, it's so hard to really make sure that nothing is giga broken. Like, there's so many broken things, where either you become immortal or you just one-shot everyone from like 5 screens away. you can be like perma invisible, you can be perma immune. I mean, there's like so much shit in Diablo 4 to just cheese the heck out of PvP. So realistically, what I just explained is the only thing that could work, I think. Because like regular PvP with regular characters is just like way too cheesy. You know, there's like, you know, this is like worse than Diablo 2 PvP basically. I have to find a way to fit it in the game thematically. I don't know. Somehow they fit stuff like Berserk Collab into this game, so I think at this point they're kind of like, you know, loosening their, let's say, the art direction and stuff. I mean, of course, you know, I mean, there was also like the WoW Royale, right? So basically like the WoW Battle Royale that they had with the pirate stuff. They need to do something like that, you know, they had like their own skills, their own items, and so on. So you just take the base game and then make some specific stuff only for the Battle Royale mode. You know, where everything's a bit different, basically. And you can balance it out that way. D4, the next Fortnite of ARPG. I mean, if they do it well, I think like, that could be cool. Well, but they always S tier. Yeah, I actually wanted to play that, but then I didn't. But it seemed very fun. Is that actually coming back regularly, or how's that work? I know they brought it back once. Do they have like some, I don't know, yearly event now or something? Where they bring back the Battle Royale? I guess it would be a shame not to bring it back. You can fix that, but if you are serious about it, you should get the expansion. So maybe try it and see how you like it. Battle Royale Classic this fall. Battle Royale Classic? Wait, really? D4 Tarkov. I mean, it would be interesting if there was some sort of like progression as well, and it's not just, you know, run by run. I actually played I had a sponsorship lately for a game. What was the name again? Fuck. I played like a week or two ago. There was like an extraction, like isometric game actually. It was kind of interesting concept. I don't remember the name now. Not Dungeon Doctor. Engines of Fury, that's the one. I think I still have the command. That was kind of fun. This one. That was like 2 weeks ago or something when I played it. It's like an alpha or like open beta now or something like that. And you can actually sign up, I think, still. And so, like, free sign up, you can try it out if you want. So this is like basically Diablo and Escape from Tarkov. And I found this concept kind of interesting. Which uniques I need to get Stormpeller going in T3+. I mean, you start with Cybersonic, so you can actually evade. But later you want to get rid of Cybersonic and actually use like either Wishnak Pa or a normal weapon. Once you have enough cooldown. I mean, Shaco helps all of that, but this season you also have the power. It's Kurma. He has evade cooldown reduction, so this helps a lot. You don't necessarily actually need the Shaco necessarily. So like Petition will be good, or you can do the Loyalty Helm. Shroud is very good for it.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, it was an isometric game, that's Angels of Fury. And also like it allows you to like turn the camera at a 360 degree. Like it's still isometric view, but you know you can turn it around. It's also kind of interesting. So it was a bit more like, it felt like control-wise, it felt a bit like V Rising basically. You can also turn the camera there. I didn't get lucky hit chance of vulnerable. Do we need to wear Fist of Fate? Fist of Fate is a pretty good source of it. I know some builds run it. Otherwise you can put it on Ring. There's also a passive for it, pressure points, the core skills section. But I guess for Whirlwind this is probably not enough by itself. Those are other things, but you probably don't use them in Whirlwind. There's like expose vulnerability in the weapon mastery section. But for that you have to use something like Steel Grasp or something. Did the microphone get weird just now? Is it better? There was some noise outside. Is it fine, Crucible? Jack Plume, let's level that one too. And these fucking emeralds. I'm gonna be out of emeralds again, watch out. Too many glyphs, man. That's really a big problem when you make fucking fragments, man, for a glyph. You don't understand how you're supposed to spend energy. Beats for boots and Scoundrel's Ladders makes your Death Trap a core skill. Means that the Beastfall boots can consume it. How would you feel if the limited number of uniques you can have equipped? I mean, that is... I think the uniques are not such a problem. Because if you look at now, I mean, okay, late game a lot of builds run uniques. But I don't mind that, actually, very much currently, because, you know, good uniques are hard to get right now. So you actually, like, I actually spend a lot of time on my builds not running uniques. Because it takes a while to get them. At least get good versions of them or something. I think it's okay that we run uniques on builds. I think they still have to be careful to not make them like too OP. One thing I would like to see though is limit mythics to 1. I think that would be very interesting, especially if they're as rare as they are. You know, allows the like, you know, tile-crafted thing that we want. And I think that would actually make gearing a lot more interesting if you could only go 1 mythic. Because a lot of builds, you know, especially like once you have all the mythics, you actually just throw in so many mythics in your build. You know, you're gonna go Shaco, Shroud, Starless. You know, so many builds run exactly that. Sanders has a grandfather and as well, and you run like 3-4 mythics in some builds. And I think that's just not very exciting. It should be 1 mythic. You know, it's like a different quality of item. They're like OP as fuck, and you should choose, I think. And I think that would really let a lot of other like aspects or uniques shine a lot more as well. Yo, anstecken Nadel, thank you. The community will complain. Yeah, it depends on how you sell it, I guess. I mean, community complains about anything, so I wouldn't really worry too much about that. As long as the game gets better, then maybe they complain and then realize, oh, it's actually kind of cool. I'm using rebounding right now, yes. It's kind of interesting how rebounding has found its way into the quill meta right now. At least for the starless versions. Because you get so much more lucky hits. It gives you more procs through more resource. And then also I was running Jaguar Hall for the push. Get more Jaguar Hall procs. And that together it's just enough value to make it better than Moonrise. And here it just adds to the consistency of the procs. Because I'm still like speed farming here. I want consistency, but I still have the starless. So I'm trying to do like some kind of mix here. Which is kind of cool. That's Quill Volley. You assume the community would react another way, and they're happy we don't need 4 mythics in a build. Yeah, especially with how rare mythics are. Now, if they would allow us any kind of like target farming of runes, I think that would be a relatively good change, you know? You get your sparks, your target crafting mythic. Once it fixes some of the bugs that Spiritborn has, the power will shoot up. There's no bugs holding the Spiritborn back that I'm aware of right now. What do you mean? Two staffs and then established and got a new staff. Wonderful. Anyway, I don't know of any bugs that hold the Spiritborn back right now. Maybe they were talking about that sick rune and evade build, but that's not a bug, that's intended behavior. It's not supposed to work with the rune. It was just not in the patch notes, so we assumed it would work just like before, but they changed it. But that's actually an intended change. And either way, I mean, that's the evade build. The evade build is nowhere near like a top build or something like that. It's just a, you know, a T4 build basically and an XP farming build for that. That's very good. And in fact, DZ has reworked the evade guide on max roll to actually include unyielding hits anyway, without really much of a downside. So you can go check that out if you want to play evade. He made a very strong setup. How come everybody uses runes and weapons? And because main stat is a multiplier to your damage, and weapon gems are extremely weak in comparison. Because they are in the additive damage category, together with another few thousand% of increased additive damage. Or in the case of all power builds, potentially a few dozen thousand%. So, weapon gems do basically nothing in the late game. Thanks, Mr. Baileys. A lot of the specific Hall bonuses don't proc with Hall of Epoch. Okay. Can you give me any example? I don't know what you mean. Cyanide. You don't get the main Hall bonus when you have like a secondary Hall selected with Epoch. It just counts as that type of skill, you know, like I have Go, Jar, and I use Eagle, so I have Eagle, Go, Jar from the Harmony, but I still get only those effects that it says here. But what I do get are the passives. And potentially glyphs, but all the type specific glyphs are kind of bad. A Barb to try out. I was playing Leapquake. It's linked in the description. That's kind of cool. There's also like Whirlwind Earthquake, Minion, Barb, Earthquake, a lot of Earthquake stuff. And I played a bunch of doubles thing, but it's weaker, but kind of fun. A video review comparing Diablo and PoE. Not so recently, I think. Maybe I should make something like that. I played a lot of all 3 games in the last 4 weeks, including Ellie. On GA and kill body or attack speed? Either way is fine. I usually prefer the attack speed. Because later on you have like so many kill body ranks. Like I have 19 ranks right now and this can be even more. You can have another 2 on my ring. Another 3 on my glove. You can get a lot of ranks. I prefer going for attack speed. That's a GA, because the GA is worth more on the attack speed than on the skill, right? On the skill it's just +1, the same as a master or crit. But the GA is actually double the value of a master or crit on other stats. You know, like you get twice the value from a GA on attack speed, basically. Woo. Jason Ronaldo, thank you. Do we want any other glyph? Potentially. Headhunter, maybe? Do I have that in a Crushing Hand guide? I do not. I have Turf. 12.2, close. How high does Headhunter go? I think it's 10-10 or something. Ten point four. And Turf is 10 DR, 12.2. A little bit of additive. So this could be Headhunter, I guess. Maybe I level it. Or maybe we say we don't care. Nourishers is actually something I need to level. The one board that gives you damage per hole used doesn't work if you have a Waka. What board? Dude, seriously, I'm lost. Cyanide. Grave Digger. Thank you. Not exactly backhand. Added mate. But I have my own music now. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's actually interesting because a lot of people are jamming out to my music. And they're like, man, what is that? It's always cool to see. And they're like, what? Wudijo? Spotify? You should check it out, guys. Go follow. Nah, just explain the curator. I don't make the music. But I collaborated with Low Wave Records and they created some synthwave for me. I have 50 songs in my playlist that are my own music now. Wonder if we'll see more from Titan Quest 2. Yeah, the demo was kind of nice. I'm excited to play some Titan Quest when it comes out. I don't really expect it to be like, you know, some kind of like game that I will play that much or long term, but you know, at least blasting it once, or you know, maybe making a few playthroughs over time or so. That could be fun. I'm not really sure if they have any kind of like you know, concept for like a long-term end game or so. It seems to be more of like a story game for me. But I guess they have something probably. I couldn't imagine like a RPG launching without anything. Highest pit I pushed this season. I didn't really do any pushing, to be honest. So far I've only been farming. I was doing like 3-minute 80s on this build here. Also like around that on like the run of arrows. I think on the death trap I'm into like 95 or something. Around 90, I think, I don't know. Farming, like 4-minute run or something. So far I haven't really done any pushing. I feel like, you know, pushing has become so pointless now as well. Because it literally lives in like fucking 80s or something. Like you don't need to push anything. Yeah, they made the game harder, slower. Well, not the gameplay, but the progression is slower. Yeah, going very high in the pit, they rescaled the pit to be like everything is like much more tanky and so on. Yeah, I also love the progression this season. Feels really nice. I still need to tweak some things, but it's probably the overall best progression we've had, I think, in terms of like the you know, the character power curve. Oh shit, this also needs emerald fragments. Everything needs fucking emeralds. Any records how people meet in the pit? Yeah, most classes are like in the range of like 105 to 109 or something. Sorc is like, I don't know, close to 10 tiers above that, and Spiritborn is like close to 10 tiers below that. That's kind of how it goes. I should do a horde real quick. Let's do a 10-wave horde actually. There are so many hotkeys, what the hell? Death Charger, the strongest build of all? It's not, but it's probably the best build of all. If you get it. Like the best all-round of everything. Let's say. The strongest is Lightning Spear. But that's a high-end thing. You know, Lightning Spear has this problem that, you know, people pork out, oh my god, Lightning Spear, let's go. And you know, for the 4th season in a row, it's the same build. And then, you know, people are like, oh my god, I want to play this, and then they don't realize that they need like Giga Gear for it to be actually OP, like it is. Because it has like, you know, the steepest like endgame gear scaling of like basically all builds in the game. So, you know, even missing some little things in your setup are a massive difference. Snapshot flame shield buff. What's going on with the flame shields? The ability to throw Death Trap from a distance. Yeah, I wonder why they did that, to be honest. I think this is like so unnecessary. Like, first of all, the pull of Death Trap and that he can throw it at range. Like, both these things combined are just insane. And even alone, they're insane. Like, Death Trap already has a pull, you know? That was like its main purpose for like almost 2 years. And that was really good, right? That was a good effect. Like, some builds just ran Death Trap because of the pull, and it was good. And now you throw it at range like 2 times per second, and you pull in like the entire fucking screen. Like, I don't know what they were thinking there. I feel like the whole point of the traps is that you put them under your feet. You know, that's what makes them special. And he teleported on a PTR. It's actually a 1-button build that does everything. Does T4 do you have any one-shots? I mean, he can eat you, so you need to avoid the eat. And I mean, the spikes when he's in underground, they hurt a lot. The rest is kind of okay. Unless he shotguns you with the spit. He can shotgun you. Then they try to sell you a poison trap meme. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're... Like, I really don't know what they were thinking with the rogues, man. Like, Death Trap was already like one of the best builds in the entire game last season. And now they took it. They just made it like 7 times better. Like, what? I don't know, dude. Yo, Nick, thanks for us up. Why a Barb with build starts and runes and tempers just can't clear T4 at all? What are you playing? Are you doing like lunging strike Barb or something like that? Because then I can understand. Otherwise, I do not understand. Frenzy Barb caught. Holy. Dude, Frenzy Barb, you equip an Azarath and a fist. You're gonna be fine, I guess. What is LS Barb? Yo, Corporal Loot Punch. Flat, Black Ninja. Thanks, guys. The Wolf Boss one-shot is annoying, the one that charges out of the mirrors. Yeah, I mean, you can get tanky enough to survive it, even on T4, if you build your character correctly. I just did that and it was fine. But yeah, it's a bit tough to avoid this, like, you know, if you found the boss like 100 times over every single time. So I just made my character tanky enough. It does hurt though. The good thing is it comes with like the same timing every time, like it's like very predictable. And you can actually just walk out of it, you don't need to evade out of it or something. So if you know when it's coming and you walk in the right direction, you just survive. Barb is pretty good, yeah. I think it's actually the highest push right now, or the second highest. Got 2 times Burning Butcher. Open and Quake, you have all the uniques. Sounds like you're missing something. That build is like one of the best in the game right now. If you can't do T4 with that, then something is missing. Do you have a tech room by any chance? It's a pretty important piece. Spiritborn is a tier 100. Yeah, I'm not too surprised at this point. But Spiritborn not bug anymore. There's no bug that I'm aware of right now. Well, nothing has changed, so I know what you're referring to. What is the build? I played 100 on Spiritborn. Would it be the Poison Ashava Spiritborn? Or maybe it's actually the build that we all know it is. Dude, I can't believe that like a week into the season people still come to my chat to ask about the Poison Ashava Spiritborn and why not every build on Maxwell runs Noxious Resonance and Ashava power. But the other build guides do it. Yeah. Just put Noxious Resonance in every build, guys. Trust. And Ashava. It's gonna work out. Little noobs. Waited 3 days to one Ashava. And then the snapshot, the unstoppable damage from Tibor, the flame shield, unstoppable from immunity. But I mean, you don't need a snapshot anything. I mean, you always get a Tibor's buff as a Sorc, no? You teleport, teleport, teleport. Okay, unless you don't have teleport on a bar. Like the teleport enchantment does not make you unstoppable, right? So in that case you have to press flame shield to get unstoppable. But I mean, you can press flame shield every like 10 seconds or so anyway. That seems like a very minor thing, but it seems weird that it would be snapshot. Why would it be snapshot? I guess that's some weird stuff going on with Lightning Spear in general. Yeah. But I mean, it's like a relatively minor thing, I guess. You know, it's like a something in like the range of like a 5 to 10% buff. But yeah, that should definitely not work that way, I guess. Let me buy Diablo. Steam and Battle.net. I don't know, maybe some other websites. You can maybe get keys. But I'm not sure if you can just buy Diablo itself on one of those two platforms. Wave 10, we have very little Ender. Okay, people keep talking something about Harmony of Everwalker has a bug. Please explain, because I have no idea what you're talking about. And I have not noticed anything. Own as a Vest of Hatred. If you bought it on Battle.net, it doesn't work on Steam, or vice versa. Nick. You have to buy it separately on both platforms if you're using a different platform. All cats, Mecca, I was trying to help you, but not sure if you apply it. Make sure you have a tech rune going. Make sure you have heavy hitter ranks. Make sure you cast your Call of the Ancients every few seconds. You have 8 to 9 heavy hitter. I mean, that's decent. But a heavy hitter is a very powerful boost. You can eventually like quintuple your damage or something. Instead of just like double or triple that you have right now. Necro of Moon is good for the season. Yeah, to get started it's fine. But later you should not play it much, I think. Got a Ragnarok. Got a Quill Volley Glove. Okay. Sure. Maybe some buyers. Do I want to do that? There's a dude, they have core skill ranks, man. The thing comes with 4. This thing is mastered to 12 with a crit and it's 4. Oh man. I also have a minimum vortex size. It's kind of tempting. You could, I mean, it has a GA armor and a master crit. So even if I go for instance armor, I will not get a 5k. So that's kind of tough.
My hammer sings on your return.
Do skill ranks make up for lack of armor? Yeah, I have a lot of skill ranks. You know, if you have 20 ranks, would maybe get like 2 more ranks on this thing. So it's like, it's not that much of a damage increase, like 6%. So it's very easy to lose that 6% from having less armor. And needing hits is very powerful. Pretty sure minions are solid in endgame. Okay, so maybe it still works in T4. Okay, time for Kekeleke, guys. Ooh. That's the wrong one. Too many quarterstaffs, man. Debated. Great. These are rebounding. Yo. Perfect rebounding aspect. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Spiritborns is like 5k armor for the unyielding hits aspect. Or 3,333 sometimes. Killing T4 bosses doesn't mean the build is solid. It does. At least if you kill them in like, you know, let's say 10 seconds or so. Then you have a really good build. What? I just got 2 perfect aspects of my build. Okay. Sometimes lucky. I'm logging in. Dude, it's still written here. Because I found a 29 earlier. And now we have a 30. Let's go. Yeah, more of a build. I have a fluid build guy anyway. Okay. Build fluidity, guys. It's like you make a rogue and then you take like all 5 core skills and Dance of Knives. And then you build fluid. Maybe sometimes you identify as a pinshot rogue. But then halfway through the run you want to do like a flurry. But then you realize on the boss you want to dance. Good idea. Might even work in expert difficulty. Yeah, if we get like a Grand Skull now, I will actually have armor cap, or I think I'm gonna be like 30 away or so. Maybe I can fix that from Paragon. It'll be at exactly 5k. That is with the life instance, not the armor instance. That's very nice. But you have an armor tempo here. So that armor tempo should be resilient tempo, and we should be running armor instance, I guess. And then this would be like the perfect combo. We don't do level. So this one. In case I want to do some higher end stuff again. I plan short term 44. Well, next class is gonna be the Necro, Blight, and Bone Spear. And I'm gonna do a bit more Roa just because I want to do a bit more Barb. There's like some Whirlwind and some pet Barb I want to do. I have like the items lying around, so I can just set it up pretty easily. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna make another Sorc, I guess, since the Sorc died too young. Then maybe a Druid. But now I'm just enjoying the Spiritborn a bit more though. Having a blast on Spiritborn is just fun. Really nice farming. Spiritborn is just fun, man. Piano-born. Oh, thanks, Starbright. Okay, entry barn into this build. There's a friendly NPC in town called the Occultist. Should try. And I'm getting Fierce Amazing Burns built on Spiritborn. I mean, honestly, I think like a Devourer kind of summoner build would be kind of cool. Where either you can like, make multiple of them, but I mean, that's lore, I guess. It would be fun though. Or when you can like somehow control them, like if they actually allow you to like, kind of aim with the Devourer or some shit. And then you mega beam, it's kind of like a turret or something. And then you just beam from where it is to where you click or something. Like that would be cool, something like that. Or you can let them like, kind of flow around a little bit and do some ground AoE, in its wake. And then you do the beam when it comes out, or I don't know, something like that, man. There could be some cool stuff, I think, if they cook a little bit. Not like a real minion build, but some kind of like spell minion kind of hybrid playstyle, let's say. Dance of Worms, like Wandering Death. What do you mean Wandering Death? Yeah, I think like one of the big things for them to figure out is, okay, there's like some core skills that are kind of like awful that need some cooking as well, like, Rake, I guess Payback and so on. There needs to be some stuff happening with those. But overall we have like, you know, a decent amount of skills that are cool and so on, but the ultimates are really in a bad spot, besides Hunter, right? So yeah, there is a little bit of viability for Devourer, just because it's like a comfy thing on the evade. And then there's like, okay, evade can also run like Seeker a little bit, but it's mostly just there for like some buffs and so on, right? And they don't really do much. But it'd be kind of cool if there was something interesting that it could do, especially Devourer is just such a nice old man, it's so fun. But all the olds are just so weak compared to Hunter. Maybe the Hunter is just too good. But the thing is, even if they remove something from the Hunter, like if they remove the, you know, double damage against injured, I mean, that would be a disaster, I guess. You know, imagine all the clickbait videos when you can't hit the target dummy at 1 HP with double damage. They'll just like be half as good. But besides that, even if they remove the double damage against injured, Hunter is still like the best ult. And even if they remove the ferocity gain, most builds will still run Hunter just because it moves you around and all that. So but at least they could probably add some cool effects to the other ults to make them more viable. Like for example the Gorilla ult with like the barrier and like, you know, it does like extra damage against non-elites and stuff. Like that's kind of pointless, right? Like if you either have barrier or you don't, and the Gorilla ult is not consistent enough to be the thing that gives you the barrier, right? Yeah, sure, it's an extra supporting thing, but right now the barrier is like the main thing that it does. And that's just not good enough. You know. Because it's easy to get defenses other ways without giving up your Hunter. Remember Boss Wars in Season 6 with Monkey Squad? I mean, that was pretty cool to be fair. But that was mostly just, you know, for the memes and because we just didn't need any damage, right? We were just one-shotting Durian anyway, so we just had 4 monkeys. And who cares? And that was actually kind of nice on hardcore because we just had 100% barrier like 3 times per second. So anything that hit us would not matter. That was funny. Yeah, the monkey squad. But yeah. Like all the old nodes need something. Like, you know, Devourer like actively, you know, has anti-synergy with like its whole theme, right? Yeah, while the Devourer is active, if a non-boss enemy's remaining life becomes poisoned, they die instantly. Like, you know, there is no poison build on Spiritborn that does not use Noxious Resonance, which means there is never a poisoned enemy. You know, there is no poisons on a target because they always explode the poisons. You know, like this thing literally does not work for any build. You know, there's no build that poisons them up and then does not explode the poison with Noxious Resonance. So this entire thing just needs to be deleted. That's why the game regularly naps. There's an ammunition opposite link. It's in Max Roll meta section. In the general farming guide, there's a section about opposite. Is there a good roper that uses Victimize and Economical Mixture? No and hell no. If you really want to play with Alchemical Mixture, I'm not sure if TB Rogue has it in the Maxwell guide, but maybe. If you really want to play Victimize, I think Barrage Maxwell guide has it. But I'm not 100% sure if that's actually the case right now. I did not adapt to. Barb pretty OP. We're just gonna farm some Paragon today. Get like 270 or something. Then we'll see what to cook later. More Algonis. This build is just fun to farm with right now. Need to farm some hordes though to get some fragments. I still don't have enough gem fragments to like make the grand gems, so I need to farm some hordes. And I guess some auto side wouldn't hurt. I used a lot. I have 77k left though. Actually, Master got a lot of stuff to 12 on this build. Didn't Master my Kekeleka. Maybe I should do it. It's only 8. But just from a better affix on my Kekeleka, I can get like 20% more DPS. It's actually a massive upgrade I can get. Item is blocked. Yeah, I know, Dark Side. I'm also waiting for it to come back. I have like so many upgrades lying in my stash for double swing that I was playing like earlier this season. And now I can't go back to it. I wanted to try some more double swing with good gear. I'm waiting. And Tuesday came and went and we don't have any patch. I'm actually surprised. So they're bringing Americas costing 100k. Yeah, I mean, they probably made these prices in a world where we had abundance of these things. And then they put it in a season journey without checking how much it actually costs. And here we are. Nick Blight Necro? Yeah, I'm planning to. Yeah, Darkseid just had to wait. Just get your double swing Barb ready, and then wait until they get the after still online again. I just keep my stuff in the stash and let's see. Yeah. Before we kill Lilith on T4 with Belial power before crafting those caches. Yeah, it's the only objective I have not completed. It's by far the hardest objective of the entire season journey. But apparently there's no hidden 100% completion title anymore this season. Sad. Yes, Vio. But it needs to be not prime sub. Check Bloom. Kind of an important glyph. If I respec any other glyph. No, we're good. I have so many glyphs now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12. Only 8 left. No, wait. 10 left. This class has 22 glyphs. So what do we level now? Spirit. Spirit goes to like every single build, I guess. There's level that one. Thanks, Lego Prime. Yeah, too bad they don't make the Prime count. I know a lot of people do Prime subs. I appreciate that anyway, guys. Yeah, then the death beam bugs out when you kill her right when it goes off, basically. Then it like floats away, and then it becomes invisible, and then it goes off where it would have normally gone off. So you can actually just look at it while it turns, and if the fight happens to end at that point, you just have to imagine it keeps turning, you know? It goes off in where it would normally be. It's just invisible. World boss in 26. Has been playing exactly as the same as the build guide on Maxwell. Yeah, I updated the build guide actually on Maxwell. I'm playing a Starless version right now, but it's actually kind of the push setup. I just put in a jar rune. This is the push version basically. So it's kind of like a hybrid between the speed farm and the push. Just because of the jar rune, I guess. There's a lot of like tweaks with the runes, especially. But yeah, I spent like an hour after last stream to update the Quillwater guide. Some of the stuff I found out yesterday. Which made it slightly better than it used to be. Because it turns out I played my original guide setup from like the theorycraft preseason, and well, it was almost the same in terms of performance anyway. So that went pretty well. Maybe Jabba. Necro is planned. Druid not 100%. It's Wednesday now. I'm probably gonna be on Spiritborn for a little bit more. I wanted to play some more Roa just because. Just enjoy like the cool builds a little bit that we have right now. And then make a Necro at some point and see how it goes. Do a bit of cooking. Also good to just farm a little bit now. I will stick up a lot of mercenary coins and stuff. So I can like turbo gear the Necro. Don't have any boss mods though. I have to do some Undercity at some point, I guess. Show what build I will go. We do some more leap work. You create Barb. Thanks, the Demogrom. I'm getting so tired of Undercity runs. Yeah, Undercity, we do too much, for sure.
Better than starting from nothing.
That's the spirit. Hello? Well, hello, shining Barb. Hello? Well, there's something special.
Maybe I should gamble quarterstaffs. I mean, there's 3 unique quarterstaffs. Is it that uncommon to get an ancestral Kekeleke? Oh, good luck, Dano. Oh, thanks. Push this up. Yeah, tournament 3 farming is fine. You know, if you can't do tournament 4 easily, then stay on tournament 3. It's okay rewards. And tournament 3, you know, anything can get there, basically. Everything is like, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20% less or so. Besides Optoside. Optoside is like the biggest thing you will feel. Maybe it doesn't matter which tournament. Are we replacing Fulminate of Canny? Yes. It's like a very slight difference. So if you have like a level with Fulminate right now and then no Canny, just keep it until it's the same level. That's like a few % difference. The reason to run Fulminate in the past was for the conversions board, but they made it so that non-physical damage now works with conversions. So we don't need Fulminate anymore. I wasn't 100% sure before the season started if it would actually be the case, but it is. Even on the Crushing Hand, actually, I updated the Paragon to include Conversions board now instead of Drive board. There should be a noticeable buff to Crushing Hand bossing damage, especially. I've forgotten also some bosses. Yeah, how's my soul situation? 6.5k. Yeah, if you masterwork a lot, souls can disappear pretty quick. HP moved. And it's actually blasting us, yeah. I think all the bosses do the same amount of consoles, but I have never really checked that. New Earthquake was built as does no damage after pit 90, took a 3 minutes to kill the first pack of elites. Sounds like something is off there. Or maybe your gear is really bad. I am Jeroma. Okay, Crushing Hand feels smoother. Yeah, Crushing Hand is really cool too. I'm gonna do some Crushing Hand as well. Probably gonna do some T4 farming and stuff with Crushing Hand. We're gonna do like, I don't know, Nightmare Dungeons and shit. That's just really fun. It's actually faster than Quill. It's like almost evade level fast. Crushing Hand is pretty competitive with evade. And actually goes higher tiers, I guess. So it's close. You can do like 1 minute runs in Pit as well. But right now I just enjoy this Quill stuff and go a bit higher. Like, you know, on Crushing Hand I would probably have to do like tier 60s or something like that. Tier 65s maybe. If I want to do it in 1 minute runs. Oh, casual. Thanks. Everyone fixed or still bugged? No bugs that I'm aware of. And no fixes. Why does everyone say Spiritborn is bugged? Okay, I really need explanation, man. You're like the 4th person today that talks about some Spiritborn bug, and I have no idea what is going on. Anyone? Where's that coming from? What bug? Thick doesn't proc concussor. That is not a bug. Thank you, Mr. Jiggle Bug Balls. You don't know about the bug. The bug, guys. Ugh. It's not a bug, by the way. It was just not in the patch notes, but it's intended behavior, guys. It was never supposed to work that way. Thank you, Cunning Goblin. Like, the devs have explicitly stated the way that these things are supposed to work. Not just once, even. But if you want to play an evade build of unyielding hits, you should check out what DC did with the evade guide on Maxwell. Actually found a good tech. I'm gonna try some evade as well, it's gonna be pumping. Thank you, 3450. I literally just explained how we have unyielding hits on evade. The Maxwell guide. So you should check that. You can do it with Rock Splitter. And apparently you can do the animation so quick that you actually don't even lose evades. You can do it between the evades basically without losing any time. Have it in the GIF. Oh, the GIF is fake. The sound is real though. That was my world first greater with 45 in season 1 of Diablo 3. Where I had like a stream with like 10 viewers, and then the next day I had a stream with 200 viewers. And a video with 400,000 views when I woke up. Spiritborn has bugs like a centipede.
Fine indeed.
Kill one is very good, Richard. I actually just updated the guide today, earlier. Oh, shut up, thank you. Donkey and Constantine. You should have some notification, like there's like a Twitch notification thing somewhere at the top or so. Donkey, where you should be able to claim it. Otherwise, like somewhere in the settings or so, there's like some menu for these things. Yo, Ulrich, thanks. Yo, what's going on? Thank you guys. Is Sisu, Trimako, Unstrung, appreciate it guys. Oh my god. Yeah, notification tab, that's the one, somewhere there you claim it. Never really do it myself, because as a streamer you don't actually get the drops. Like, I have drops on, but I don't get them. I have to watch other people, and I don't. So I never get the drops. Kinda funny. Yo, sheeple. And subs, thank you man. Who dodged? Any dodges? Lived on the banana and dodged. World boss in 6. Dude, do I want to go to the world boss when... Wait, I don't think I think I actually cannot do world boss, right? Because I will not get a resource proc. Dude, it's been like a week and I haven't fixed the world bosses with the like bugged lucky hits. I actually cannot do anything. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, right? I can just attack without resources. Why is the vigor not draining? When you have Midnight Sun Ring, it will usually just show as full. But I guess there is like a slight like delay in like how the lucky hit restore resource works, because this is my engine right now. I have the lucky hit restore resource on a glove and not the Midnight Sun Ring. Midnight Sun Ring is like instant basically, and this is, I guess, slightly delayed or something like that. Also sometimes I just don't get a proc, so it restrains. You know, I don't always get a proc. That's why I get like, you know, 90% of the time, and sometimes I don't. Depends on the pull size and the lucky hits. Maybe not on mobile. Can you claim drops on mobile? Big hard train. Thank you guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks sogar. Can't overlap the Vara ultimate, but it can for characters and undo it. You don't overlap characters and you just refresh it. And on the Spiritborn, I just don't allow you to refresh it. I guess, you know, for lore reasons. You're getting so many gem ups, it's crazy. Even with 8%. You just level the glyphs so easily. You're getting so many gem ups, it's crazy. Crazy. Some pants. Okay, here we go. Let's find out if I can actually get my back attachment by myself. Yo, casual, GG, thank you. And Jadabin for the 5. And Neareth. And Lucky Logi. Wow. Appreciate it, guys. Gonna be a big hype train today. I'm just excited for Spiritborn. Maxwell said the same with the rune. Yeah, I think DZ needs to remove that. No, it's not a bug. Intended behavior. The rune not working. This was just like changed and they didn't put in a patch notes and that's it. But they've been like removing all kinds of like, you know, trigger stuff that is not supposed to trigger over the last like 1-2 patches. So they're just kind of like cleaning house a little bit, and this is like one of those things, and they didn't put it in the patch notes. Funny man. When you reach like 40% and then bloop, dead. Game crashed on World Boss. Too many Lightning Spear Sorcs, I suppose. I mean, Death Trap, Lightning Spear, Earthquake. All these builds are like not very performance friendly. This begins in 0 seconds. Should we try? How do you force damage other than Gorilla Hall? I mean, if you just need to do any thorns at all, there's a passive. Otherwise, there's also Armored Hide that gives thorns. Oh shit. Oh shit. What was that? Very comfy. Dude, best world boss ever. Okay. And Whisper Turning. And guys. And Tribute of Raid. That's the wrong one, right? Radiance. Wait, is that the right one? No, it's the Legendaries, I think. Close. Thanks for watching, guys. The highest level high turn I've gotten. We had some really big ones, but very rare. I think I might have been on the 4 launch or something. I think I had like a level 17 or so. I'm not sure. Can I see the record somewhere? Oh. Fuck. Okay. $2.5 hectic. Good for Sorc to get started. Char got stunned in the middle of the fight and stopped moving before the bar was full. Interesting. Thank you, well known Deso. Wait, this is not Carrigar. This build crushes Infernal Hordes. I mean, Infernal Horde is just normal Torment 4 content. Like, I'm farming 75s, yeah, which is like 20 tiers higher. Jens Blessing are from Lord Zier, I think. Being glyphs of Temperance is a cruel and unusual punishment. I mean, I don't know. It's like a nice flavor, I feel, but on the other hand, yeah, gem fragments are actually pretty scarce. I mean, I don't even mind that they're scarce, but it's kind of weird that, you know, we kind of get stuck on a glyph, and you're like, okay, I want to level it now, and I can't. It's like, you know, I want to level this glyph so I can maybe make another build, and I can't. It's like, yeah. Like, the target farming of gem fragments is a little bit too weak, I guess, right? Like, if you could actually just get enough, like, if you get like double from hordes or so, or like, you know, you get a bit more from like whisper caches, or there's like a gem fragment whisper cache that pops up sometimes, or I don't know what, you know. Link to the build is in the description. This one, other. Volley. He's just going half the tiers though. The Shroud of False Death Armor, how do you get it? Mythic items are just random drops from their bosses. So ideally farm Belial, he has the highest chance. Ideally on turn 4. But yeah, any of the lair bosses can drop any of the mythics. Or you can get sparks from salvaging mythics, or from the season journey, or from the season reputation cache. And then with those sparks you can craft mythics at the blacksmith or the alchemist. Spiritborn is the most fun class. Good question, actually. I think Rogue lost a lot of its fun factor right now because of all the Shadow Clone builds. I don't really like the Shadow Clone stuff that much. But I mean, I generally enjoy both of those classes the most, I'd say. I just hope that the Shadow Clone meta is gonna disappear again at some point. Rogue Death Shep is a new Necro Bloodwave for Season 8. And just with the difference, it's like 7 times faster, easier. You know, just works. You know, you don't have to do any shenanigans. Like, Death Shep, the Rogue is insane. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, Bloodwave was nerfed by something like 99%, actually. This patch. S tier builds, by the way. Seems good. build was Sorc for hardcore. We play the same builds. I don't make like hardcore or softcore builds. Is this build from a Maxwell guide? Yeah, the guy who made it did a pretty good job, I think. Get that basic chunk builder, check it out. I just yoinked it from max roll. Shameless. Hell. Close. Think people will ever have stats? Hopefully not.
Hello, shame that.
Go one more?
That's not hello, shining beauty.
Wait, all three of my aspects are perfect actually. I got another perfect redirected force. Go try to sell this.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Thanks, Tajid. Wilson stream when? How about in like 11 months? Sorry. 10 months and 24 days? Thank you for the sub. Lighting stock, you wanna go Shaco, 100%. Favorite genre behind RPG? Probably MMO, if you count like how much time I spent in WoW. I mean, to this day, WoW is my most played game, I think. I don't play Doom. I played like the very old Doom, but not really these days. Played WoW. Yeah, as I said, Played WoW more than any other game. I was a pretty big high-end blaster there for a long time. Both PvE and PvP, yeah. There's nothing on YouTube. Yeah, seems like no one in trade chat replied to my redirected force aspect. That's 4,000 HP. I felt more than 4,000. 30.5, 19.5 of resilience. Where's the 4,000 coming from? You have 4,000, okay. Yeah, press potion, press incense. I'm gonna have like 7k. Okay, chilling. Yeah, this is basically the pit push lunatic, but with a jar rune. No bullbug. And I have go jar instead of jar go all. But I think jar go also is fine actually for this. Might be even stronger, but it's a bit more defensive right now with the go main hall. Did love these abbreviations. When we were theorycrafting Spiritborn builds before launch of Vessel of Hatred, it was really fun, man. Sitting there with Chronix and Ava and boys talking about Spiritborn builds. Yo, yeah, I'm playing my Go-Go, Rocksplitter, Thorns. Oh man. Holy. It's better than evade. Well, it founds Paragon more slowly. And in general, I guess T4, since evade is hard to beat there. But it's way stronger. Evade is a very weak but very fast build. This is a pretty fast build and a very strong build. Although, evade has gotten a lot of power-ups lately. DZ has been cooking on the Maxwell guide. I'm gonna try out some evade as well. You can use gold in-game to buy WoW tokens. Yeah, I've actually been doing that. I had my account running on gold for years. Because back in Legion we carried people, like we carried the fuck out of people in Mythic Plus. We had like an insane team. And I made like, I don't know, dozens of millions or something. I just had my account running for like 5 years on gold from that. That's kinda cool. It's like after World of the Trainer where everyone made like a giga gold from the garrison thing. Which I didn't really like to do. But then in Legion we got that. Mythic Plus in Legion was so cool, man. Like the original first Mythic Plus experience, man. That was very fun. You can try this season and get pretty far, but if you're serious, you should get the expansion. Thanks, Manico. That was PvE2 with 4 characters. You would have seen Woody play the story 8 times so far. True. I mean, the good thing is the campaign is actually really fun. At least for me, I don't know. I like the campaign in PvE2. And once actually all the acts are out, I think it's gonna be kind of nice to do like a proper playthrough and get a character to endgame. I'm a PoE2 campaign enjoyer, I have to admit. Spend your pale marks. How about no? I'll save them for when my Necro hits T4. Then we're gonna giga farm aspects of pale marks. That'll be great. I guess some boss mods because I really don't want to do it fucking Undercity right now. But I'll do a bit, I guess, to get some boss mods ready for the Necro. I have no more Belial at all, because I spent it all on trying to get Kekeleke. So this means I have to do a bunch of boss farming on the Necro at some point. Trying to get in a clandestine aspect. What build are you doing with clandestine? Shadow Step or what? Actually... Wait, clandestine is... What is that? Subterfuge and... Oh wait, is it... No, it's a Cutthroat and Agility? No, which one does a buff? I forgot. I know it buffs Dark Shroud. That's the one thing I remember. Is it like Agility and Subterfuge skills? It's for the Shadow Step, right? Hey, Bazaar, thank you. Bloodwave. I've done Bloodwave to pit 150 last season. I didn't like the build that much. But for a push it was okay. We're gonna do Bone Spear and Blight. Apparently Blight is really good for farming as well, I heard. So I'm excited to try that out. I guess it's a bit like a dot multi-shot build. Thank you, Snowblood. Can't even do pit 25 for Spiritborn. Well then I suppose. Exclamation mark build. You're welcome. Blight has unique amulet, easy. Yeah, that's the best part, man. Unique amulet, man. That's the best part about the build, actually. Just get that, and all your worries are gone. I mean, the thing is that the Blight amulet does actually most of the damage, right? It's not the Blight itself. So you need to get a good roll in the affix. But I mean, that's definitely 1,000 times easier than getting a normal amulet. Doesn't take much more damage than a previous core build. Maybe it does seem that way, but it's actually not. Because I tried the build that I had on the guide before. And it was actually pretty comparable. But you know, some tweaks made it just better. I'm a bit more tanky now, it's a bit more consistent now, and so on. But it's overall not really changed, actually. Build reads canny, but there's no need for canny. Wait. What are we talking about? Did I not put canny into the Paragon? Well, I did. Like, I put canny into the text, I remember that. Let me double check this. Yeah, it's supposed to be canny instead of fulminate. It's a slight difference, it's like a few percent damage more, basically. But we don't need fulminate anymore, because convergence board doesn't require individual elements now. It can be done with non-physical. I just go to farming, just one round of Soul Rift on, delete everything, low APM. Wait, is the Soul Rift strong enough to just kill everything? Oh. Yo, thanks, Valors. Yeah, the cosmetics for the Berserk stuff are pretty pricey, that's for sure. I mean, the Barb one is cool. But all the others, I don't know. I don't think I would spend money on that. Unless you really like the anime or something, but I don't have a reference to it. I just think they're not pretty. Certainly not a pet. Who here has bought some of the Berserk stuff, guys? And which one? I'm kinda curious. A lot of people are subbing. But sub is like way smaller than the in-game shop stuff. It's hilarious, but it can't justify it. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, isn't it 25 bucks? Oh, Stephens, by the way, thank you. And balls. Again. You live in Canada. Ooh. You have to get $150 platinum bundle to have enough. Oh my god. Dude, $150. It's actually crazy how that works, man. For cosmetics. Like the amount of things you can buy with $150. PoE, same shit, they charge way too much. Yeah, PoE skins are crazy expensive, some of them. Like they go up to like, I don't know, 80, 100, I don't know. I think I have a skin that is like $80 or something in PoE. Because Nini was like, oh, you have 3,500 points? And then she started clicking on something. Now I have that skin. Because I did a lot of like key giveaways. I just bought keys and gave them away. So I have a ton of points. I spent like, I don't know, $500 or something on early access keys on PoE. GG, smart by selling a bundle, including your coins for purchase of the bundle. Yeah, for the early access stuff, that's definitely a pretty good deal. $30 to get the early access and the stashes, I mean, that is super worth it. And the thing is, like, all the people that I give the keys to, they don't actually get the stashes, right? They don't get the points. I have the points. So at some point they have to buy the stashes anyway, I guess. If they stick around. So basically, GG just made double the money. Right? Because I paid them for the key. And they get the points that are worthless to me. And then the people that get the key, they need to buy the stashes anyway. It's a smart deal, actually. Sneaky. So I guess after all, they did sell it for full price. At least to some people like me. How much is D4 plus expansion in one bundle, guys? Yeah, what will be that? Yeah, Spiritborn, Kill is decent. Kill goes to A, the rest will stay in B, I think. Like, the main reason we put Kill Volley into B was actually because I was very concerned about the survival. Because it's Kapeleke, there's no life on it, like in general. Like, I walked on a fucking PTR with my fully decked out Season 7 character, and I got fucking clapped by a normal fucking knight, and my hardcore character was dead. Like, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Just a fucking knight clapped me in the pit. And I was like, okay, this is not looking good here. So that was actually the main reason why we moved it down from A to B. Because we knew the damage is, you know, fine on Quill. But I didn't think that they would nerf like monster damage so much again. But they did nerf monster damage a lot. So this makes Spiritborn fine again. Even with Gorilla stuff. Yeah, Gorilla will stay in B. But Crushing Hand are very good for farming, if you want to do T4 farming or Paragon farming. McCarts. Barb Tichotto, thank you. How big is the difference between starters and midnight rings? I would say 5 tiers. The difference used to be larger in the past, but it's a bunch of effects now that require you to have full resources, like, you know, the Epoch rune that procs your Xan. You get that a little bit less consistently when you have starters. And so you lose a little bit of value there. And they nerfed Kapeleke, like the unique effect, that used to be, I think, 2% damage per resource or 3% damage per resource. Now it's 0.5 on a perfect one. So overall the gap between Midnight Sun and Starless is much smaller. It used to be way bigger. It used to be like more like 10 tiers plus or so. Now it's more like 5 tiers. And the tiers also, like, you know, I guess closer together now since there's larger jumps. You can definitely get away from Midnight Sun. Is something happening for the drops? Might be your bug. Or maybe you have the drops already? Drops was only one thing, I believe. There's no new drops, I believe, since like the season starts. I'm not using Judgement. Judgement is for the poison builds. The other builds run Prodigy's tempo to reset. Thanks, Scott.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
The reason why Carlos creates a circle and pulls mobs in is because of Scour's letters. Every 10 seconds you get a free death trap with it. So it's just like random timing basically. Do we need a mod check or can it be normal one-man army GGs? Why? Because you come to the chat and you talk smack. Not just to me or about the game, but also to other chatters. I don't like that. Send yes ping. My face always shows I get angry for some reason. Really? What am I angry about? So let's do 14 days. I think I'm gonna be on PoE at some point in that time. See you then. Pretty dangerous out there, Kira. We have like almost 30 degrees here. Be careful. Cool, it's such a ridiculous skill, I agree, but it feels good, man. Cool, it just feels good. Good class to play as a beginner. Yeah, Necro and Barbs in general, I think. They're kind of easy and just work most of the time. Wait, I don't get it right now, Gris. What's the problem with that? Yo. Triple glaive, huh? Triple glaive is like something you don't want on any build. What does the thing do? Bonus like a hit chance. Gonna be out of 4 more than PoE2. Tough question, actually. The season has been very fun, at the very least.
My hammer sings on
Definitely playing it more than I thought I would.
Too bad, friend.
Crushing hand feels not. Yeah, I should be spec some crushing hands at some point. I think I'm gonna do a bit more stinger first. Just because it's cool. And farm some horns of it or something. And then I'm gonna load up crushing hand and farm some 9 dungeons and Behillits. And I think then we're gonna load up some evade at some point. I'm gonna try that and also the sunbird and see how that feels. Well, people are getting to 275 resource. Now with Shaco or normal helm, boots, galvanizing slash aspect if you have to, the potion and momentum. Yeah, Crushing Hands Season 8. I don't think I'm gonna change the setup. I think the setup I have there is basically it. But I will probably experiment a little bit. But after all the stuff I've tested on Quill now, I'm pretty sure that the Crushing Hand setup that I have on Maxwell is it, basically. But we'll see. Maybe for pushing there's like some cooking. This build does not use Spanish Lords anymore. I mean, I actually never use Spanish Lords on Spiritborn, I think. I always went unyielding over Banished Lords, even Season 6. Season 6 was like roughly equal. And ever since it was just like in favor of unyielding, basically. Especially now. Like now, Banished Lords is completely dead for Spiritborn. Because they have the Sun Rune. Sun Rune is just really good. Oh, 2 upgrades in a row. Why is Cow not being used in Death Trap build? It's mostly for the position builds. They changed trigger attacks and it's now not like that ridiculous anymore. It's still very strong and still double dips of precision. So that's why position builds run Cowl, but the other builds don't. Also, like Death Trap is actually a build that doesn't really care much about staggering bosses and so on. It has a lot of like okay, I mean trigger attacks has changed now, you don't need to stagger bosses, I guess. But yeah, either way. You have other good helms, you know, there's Perdition Helm. That's a lot of damage. And with the trigger attacks change, it's just like not that ridiculous anymore. Or a lot of people run Shaco to get the 275 resource set up for Death Trap, for example. And the update had hella viewers. Yeah, that was a lot of action. I'm not sure how it is now. It's been like a few weeks now. I guess it's kind of slowly, like, you know, phasing out. Like 3 weeks now or something for Philly. So yeah, I guess most people are chilling. This Mount Blue Maru. Is the armor shako good because of annealing? Well, to get started, yeah. But you don't actually run shako in like any Spiritborn build. Maybe evade actually. Evade one stat. Probably. Thanks, timed out. Mage Mark leveling monster. That's correct, hasn't. Why not GA on unstable elixirs and get a crazy multiplier? I mean on Cowl? Because Tricks attacks is just stronger. No. Okay, it's 5% crit damage. Unstable is 6% per point. But yeah, the thing is that, as I said, Cowl is used on precision builds, and for precision builds it double dips. And I think also the 5% here still multiplies with itself for every rank. So yeah, getting many ranks of trick attacks just kind of makes it better and better and better. And then, you know, that double dips into precision. So it's really big. Like the main reason to run the Cowl is the trick attacks, even now with the change. Alright, after Rogue is not getting 45 anymore. I should talk to your friendly mercenary in the den. He starts with an R. Thank you, Kirk Streak and Mikes. We go up slightly. Notice now we are close to like 80-ish. Was Rob with Maxwell before? Yes. But that has stopped a long time ago. Around 2 years ago. I'm really looking for a rusticated charm, if you have any suggestions. I think Stinger mostly just needs like a single target buff. Like in general, the poison builds need single target buffs. I suggested that already to the devs, like buff bitter medicine, let it stack to, I don't know, 300% or some shit on single targets. Or on bosses, give it some boost or something like that. That would be nice. Because all the poison builds have the same single target problem. I think otherwise the poison builds are actually fine, like even Stinger is fine. It's just the bosses that are just like a brick wall. Need a bunch of sweaty gear for DevTap to feel smooth? Nope. DevTap is relatively easy to come online. Their boss's tricks. Did I cap my res? Yeah, I have res and armor cap, but I'm not running Banished Lords. I'm running a normal neck and it has percent armor, that makes it very easy. With Banished Lords it's kinda tough to cappy res, but I think you can get there as well. But either way, you know, if you run around with like 40,000 life and 40,000 barrier, then you're kind of chilling. Even if your rest is not kept. I think I'm gonna go up a few tiers. So let's do Q. And get some bulwarks in here. What the hell is it? It's basically the only change I made, right? Arco Q. It does actually. $77. Whoops. I had counterattack all this time for no reason whatsoever. Honestly, I do enough evades to maybe make acceleration worth it. It's 8% per point, right? 8% per point is quite big. It's only a 2-second buff after evading. But most of these fights are actually like not more than that, really. J all power health ring for F trap. Oh, nice. You have 9k health on Death Trap. So I take it you don't have Doombringer yet. Yeah, 9k health is very low anyway. You can use pots, use the incense. Although you might need the energy pouch, right? If you go for 275. Just go for more life rolls. There is Elzu. Oh, you're always getting auto-moderated. Yo, Alibaba, good luck. That's very on. Yeah, it's because you have a typo. Fix the typo. Would be nice if all subskills on aspects get off skill ranks. I see. Yeah, I mean the Stinger swarms actually do from Pestilence aspect, but not the one from the Tal rune. So I guess if they would buff that, it would be kinda nice. And they made a lot of stuff work now with skill ranks, right? At least on Sorc. Blizzard, Lightning Spear now works off ranks. I'm not sure what's going on with the druids. And the thing is that sometimes there's no clear like source or something, or there's like many different sources. Like if you talk about grenades, for example, right? Like what would grenades scale with? You know, there's like one from evading, one from shadow stepping, one from the okay exposure not even anymore, one from spending energy, One from entering stealth, one from exiting stealth. Like, you know, it comes from like all kinds of random places. One from spamming a core skill. One from the rune. So how would you scale that with like some skill or something? Thanks for cement and swing. No Sabe user, it just happens. Hi Robert, by the way, how's it going? Thank you, Odi Loco. I think druids get a decent amount of death time because of player count. Could be. I mean, it's clearly the least popular class. Just of player count. When is Blizzard gonna add a slamming feature to gearing? Maybe an expansion too? I imagine it's gonna be like some pretty major reworks anyway.
See some steel you need.
What am I scaling? That's pretty classic build over here, so we scale armor with unyielding hits aspects. We scale resources, so that we always get resource back, which gives us the Capelec buff. We also have lots of life for overpower from the Sun rune. And the rope is still bugged. Wait, what happened with it? I tried it lately and it was working for me. New attack in place. I didn't have that problem actually. For me it was working. And I was like, wow, they fixed it. I was also surprised they fixed it. For me it was working, the full stash. What? I did it last Tuesday, before the season started. I was leveling a druid to 15 to get a class quest done, and I had this aspect. So they must have broken it again then, or something. Because I was like, what the fuck? They fixed it. I remember. Maybe they fixed it somewhere along the way then. Thank you, Cheesecake, good luck. I should remember I wanted to check the Paragon. The canny glyphs, someone mentioned that earlier. If I didn't probably put this into all of the different setups. Should just push up a little bit, see what happens. Maybe. What are my glyphs right now? 81. So 80 was actually the highest I've been farming so far. It's gonna boost them a bit. And well, then we boost the other glyphs as well that we added. So they have the setup now. Betrayer's Husk drops on the mini Belial that pops up when you kill their bosses sometimes. Uber Tradition, good for Spiritborn. It's like okay. Stinger runs it as like the best in slot choice. Some evade variations can run it, I think, as the best in slot. But most other builds run Harmony. But the partition is okay. But you have to figure out some stuff usually with, you have to do some changes here if you don't have harmony. I forgot to check the paragon. Thank you, Vivian. I'm lucky. Yeah, you get +1 item in a group Shadow Walker. So it's noticeable on low torments, but on high torments, kinda whatever. Thank you, what is up? The spells. And the mana combo is Keleke plus Midnight Sun. And in my case, the endgame version is a Starless Skies and not a Midnight Sun. But I have this helm roll, this glove roll with a chance to restore like a hit resource. If you don't have anything yet, no uniques, you should check the starter variant on the Exile guide. You can play with a generator, you can get stuff like Vital Strikes, you can get some like resource aspects or even vigor per second. There's like a bunch of ways to get resources and make it smooth anyway from the start. Potent Ethics important. Yeah, it's by far the best passive. Almost in the game, actually. But certainly on this class. And I don't have it. The boss is murdered. No, Chrono Sword, thanks. Need 1300 armor, now 850. We tried pressing an incense. It is not, Ma. It is absolutely not time for that. Maybe changed world tiers, Aika? Are you sure he had no buffs? Because you can get them from other people in town. The wolf is still bugged. Interesting. I wonder if something else caused it to bug then. Because I tried it and it worked. Spiritborn can kill Belial, yes. I need like around 5 seconds on T4. Nice strat, Benson. Yeah, sometimes it happens to me, and then people use like other instances. And then they override my instances. I'm like, what the hell, man? It's actually like harmful. Like you walk in and suddenly you're not rest capped or some shit, like what? The highest keys were run this season. Healthheads.com has a leaderboard for the pits. Thing. Thanks, Wayne. Okay, time for 81. Is Exile Wolf still supposed to be a utility aspect, or is it actually offensive? How much damage does it have? Like 50% damage increase for your shred utility aspect, by the way. Not only that, but they actually deleted all the utility aspects that gave you damage. Well, they made them offensive, so they effectively deleted. Which is a good thing, not a bad thing, but pretty sure Agile Wolf is probably still utility, right? Agile's doing 100 pit. Not surprised at all. Missing. I can't walk through the wall, but I can shoot through it. See Meteor great again. Meteor is actually probably the greatest it has been ever this season, no? I definitely gonna play some Meteor because Uriel power, 50 minute cooldown. It's gonna be like the smoothest it's ever gonna be. Okay, back in season 4 we had like the perma-immune Sorc with Meteor. I remember that was a little thing there because of getting a full glass cannon. Okay. Yeah, sounds about right. I'll try it. And compare Epoch versus Loyalty. Loyalty is basically only used on some versions of Evade and maybe Rake, but Rake is not really a build. So Nova is doing 90s, no problem with Meteor. Okay.
That's the spirit. Hello. Well, hello. Not a bad shame. Hello. Vassal's ghost. I had that in my bag.
What's still got some good.
Yeah. Have a wee shame that. Vassal. Hello. Not a bad pull that.
How did I get that bulwark proc there at the end? And he was already dead. Funny. I guess it might have been from overflow. I guess I overflowed it and it got it ready already because it has a 1 second cooldown. And then it procced. Interesting. Without me attacking. Thanks, Adira. Overflow has increased duration, actually. Dude, where the hell am I? I jumped up here. Oops. Melting. Hey, Impact. Thank you. Now Druid. Nah, Druid will be... I don't know, maybe in a week or something. I'm gonna do Necro first. And a bunch more stuff on Spiritborn I wanna see. I wanna try Crushing Hand, some more Stinger, some Evade. There's some stuff to do here on Spiritborn. Yes, Master Infinite. Any instead of Fulminate on all of the boards. Let me check the Paragon again. I put it in the guide, but I don't think I added it to like every single version. Wait a minute, can I block attacks? $2,500. Can you block when you have a protection shrine? I wonder if it actually reduces my damage. It seems like it does reduce my damage. We're playing video games, Eric. How's 24 bossing here with this? 5-second Belial. Yo, Clooney, thank you. What did the shadow do? Did your heal tank at all? It's time to play it safe. Fine, let's go to glyphs here. A bit more stinger. I'm not spamming razor wings. Mhm. Igni, jump, hook, Q, ding ding ding. All 5 Paragon. I get 3 points. It's much of the little things that I want here. And in fact, I want to go with the Starless now, right? This one has more Hunter cooldown. And G alive. It's 0.5 away. Okay.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary. You lose a little mass to dust, stars guide you. Wear the stars around your neck.
It's better to transmute keys for greater levels or run the normal ones? Nah, run the normal ones, because you can get Belial there. Actually, how does that even work? Transmute. Nine to 1. Yeah, this is like a terrible trade, actually. Because you can get Belial, you wanna run these. Basically, and the thing is, the small ones you can actually one-shot, right? It actually goes much faster than the other bosses. Like, the small bosses are actually better than the middle bosses. Because you get more Belial mats per minute, basically. So you want to run the null with the small ones. You just one-shot them, boom, 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 boom. The other ones, they're all like a minute fight or something. Because they have their phases. Thank you, Roland. Oh, we have a Judgement shell. Wait a minute. I found one. Let's do that. That's a lot of armor. This randomly dropped when I was doing some tests. I think this dropped from the T4 Varshan that I just like tested. One kill. And I got this thing. Got that hit the armor. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of armor. Nice. We have double % armor and we shouldn't need this. But I don't think I'll redo this anyway. I wonder if we'd have enough Hunter cooldown. How's this? 15 seconds. Which aspect do we have here? Redirected Force, Vehement Brawler. We have to remove Vehement Brawler, I guess. 15 seconds is a bit tight. I should probably masterwork this. Have you used a scroll on that? Yes. What about this? Also yes. This has 5, this has 3. Maybe just masterwork to 12 and this to 12 and we should be okay. Let's get this. This thing has a G8 dex. Don't I have a better? Masterworked to 8. Let's leave this there.
Magic is neither good.
So redirected force on the neck is actually huge. And unyielding here, we have 5k. Do you still have instance running? Yes, but it's with live instance actually. Live pot. Okay.
The stars made it manifest.
Better than starting from nothing.
Did it improve movement speed? No, it's been always the same. The Razoring Rebound. This is a quill volley that I just played. And there's an aspect called Rebounding, which makes him come back. That's the aspect. While sliding spear build, not doing damage to staggered bosses. You have to get enlightenment buff to do any damage. Anything else you want to change here? Nah, be good. I do want to have 1, 2, 3 more dex nodes. Let me check around a little bit. Any armor I can remove? The res here. If I up this, I can remove some of the res nodes. Okay, wait, not this. Need attack speed. If 99. Wait, is that a Taurusk? Yeah. But we also need Andariel. Yo, what's going on? Thanks, guys. Rakiosk, login, anonymous. Appreciate the subs.
I forge more than her hammer sings on your return.
That's a lot of armored hide cooldown. Uptime. Okay, that's max actually perma.
Oh, you need.
If we go 12 here. Wait, you have enough rest now, okay. Don't have to go 12. You can probably do this and then remove the skull, but nothing to put really. You need 4 to Ravenous. And crit damage. Yep. Not 55. It has a lot of attempts left. Yeah. Okay. It has life. I want the life instead of the dex. Okay, this hasn't changed.
There is magic in all things.
You need to roll a crit. 101. Damn it. Six crit. I'll take it. Start hit Ravenous or life.
So with Rex here.
What a big crit, maybe. It's at 6. So the Ravenous will not go up again, I guess. Not 70, 180, it's like 10% difference. How's this? 774. 803. And the crit is actually not that big compared to life or dex. Oh. YOLO. Okay. I'll take that.
I'll keep my
10 to Ravenous.
return soon.
That's a lot of Ravenous. Thanks, Roger. Niels. Okay, we have 15.5 hunter cooldown. Which gives like around 5 seconds. So that's enough to keep it up. It's okay. Got the Defeated Potent. Got this. Got this. I mean, for confidence reasons. How's this actually? Ah, wait, it doesn't even show in town, right? The cooldown. So I actually have enough cooldown. What if I do Varshan? I wanna see how Varshan main feels. Just for confidence. Seems like we don't actually need the cooldown for anything but Hunter a little bit. That's fine. Okay, let's look around a little bit. I'm missing a bit of armor now. Wait, how did that happen? Ah, makes sense, it's gone. Okay, we have too much. My res, 4.4. So give me 3 res nodes and all the armor nodes, if I have any. Doesn't look like it. And I see a path through this, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remove this entire thing. That could be something. It's a lot of points. Oh. YOLO.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Ooh. That's actually kind of painful. What if I path for the middle here? We don't need to resource that much. I mean, you can remove this entire resource thing. Now I think about it. Don't think I'll need that. This is 1, 2. 1, 2. Can I get that? Dude, you have like all the paragons. That's actually crazy. 267. I really wouldn't mind those last 33 points. It's like so much shit. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just there. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I could actually spend 30 few more points easily. And it would only have all the clusters. Okay, so everything is... I don't have Stinger on this thing. Anyway, can I just roll? Wait a minute. Protect this off. Can I roll Stinger on this? That's a lot of armor though. Don't have Stinger ranks, man. We have 15. That should definitely be Stinger ranks. We have 5 and 5. That's gonna be like another 5. It's all DPS. Let's try our luck. Do I have a glove? Don't think I've ever seen Restore and Vuln in the same role. Creature Crushing Ant. Fuck. 2 to rake. Oh well. Okay, am I missing anything? I got our trusty right here. Gorilla, centipedes. Modify. It's fine, I guess. Have the attack speed. Yeah, I'm planning to play Druid at some point, but that will be a few days at least. Gotta do a Necro before that. has too much armor, no matter what I do, so fine, I guess. Got a pit actually. So that, I'm not sure what I was running last time. Epoch Q. Is that correct? This should be ton. What should I spend? 20 per attack. I'm gonna go ton. That seems better. Let's check this again. Okay. Yeah, we can do this now, actually. We have enough resources for sure. Can I take one out? 6.7. This is like, nah, it's a bit tight. Not sure if we need this reinforced scourge at all. Can you get 1 point somewhere? We want this, we want this. We can take out one from auspicious maybe. But I kind of want the barriers, especially with Jackham Shell. Fuck. Ugh. I mean, guess that makes sense. Well, maybe one here. Maybe we don't need this. Okay, let's start with like a chill 65. Hey, Connex? See if I missed something. Missed resources apparently. Resources are surprisingly tough, actually. With the Stardust. Wait a minute. I don't have Tal. Yeah, I don't have my okay, wait a minute. I should be running Neo Tal. For some reason I have to teleport here. It's 22 bigger to cast. See, the Vashami helps a lot, look. Vashami just heals me, it's kinda comfy. And the boss power. So it keeps my life like full. I think I could probably like lag out in like a small pack of monsters and just not die even. It's kinda funny. Heard the season is bad, is that true? No. Season mechanic is kinda bad, but the season is good. By the last season I'm having a blast actually. Last season the season mechanic was way better. Kinda funny how that goes. I mean, I was having a blast as well last season, but not for that long. I was just kind of done after like 250 hours or something. Let's see. Dang it. Right. Do pump beating ice for the chest piece for Mountain's Fury. I mean, I farm all the bosses of all the characters. I mean, Mountain's Fury was not really such an important piece for me. I actually went with Shroud for the most part. Because I don't even have Holder on my bar. I just used the Shroud. But yeah, you can do the Mountain's Fury. Okay, this is kind of coffee, but we're gonna go. Leo Tal. Get all the flies, guys. Let's see. Do I attack fast enough to make Tam better than Igni? I'm not sure actually. I do attack very fast. But is it better? Who knows, dude. Also, the resources are a bit tight, I gotta say. But it's 15% damage. We can only get 1 point here for extra. Actually, you can get a point here as well, right? 4%. Dude, I think I'm gonna do that. Then I don't have to bother with all the resources. We do this. We do this. Oh. I guess it's fine. Get a perma. Can get a heals. Gonna be comfy. Okay, Horde. Sorry, Horde. Let's see other laws actually. Can I just... Sorry, Chronix, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I would like to do it, but it's bad timing. Although I do have something to contribute. Feels very comfy right now. I'm excited to see some Elder Lords and how fast I kill them and the bosses. But it should be like a few seconds maximum. Dude, I really wish that something like Stinger was just like better on bosses. Such a fun build. Just look at it. Did I play Dragonkin? Yes, actually. I have a new update coming as well, sometime in May, I think. I had like a little bit of a partnership with them. I actually had like a sponsored stream and I had an interview with the devs and so on. But yeah, even outside of all of that, I mean, the game is still in its early stages, you know, some scuffed stuff and so on. But it was kind of fun for the time I played it. It's like some unique systems. And if they cook that a little bit more, like a year or two, I think it's gonna be kind of nice. What type build is this? This is a Stinger Quellerborn. Stinger Spiritborn. They fixed the Crown of Lycian. I expected it yesterday, but nothing happened, so maybe next Tuesday. They didn't say anything about it, but it doesn't seem like a huge bug to fix. New currency. We're talking about Bayonet to Helltide on Amazon. What's now spawn? That's right. That's one. Oh, that seems okay actually. It's like 3 seconds. Definitely have to press my Scourge on cooldown. But Scourge is a defensive skill. It also gives me instant lots of resource recovery. On top of every time I press out hide, I also get a bunch. Strongest build so far is Lightning Spear. Barb. Okay, we talked about that. Only broke Darkshot and Defter broke. I guess you don't. I know some people just play without Dark Shroud. I just put it on my bar and just press it. Over like, I don't know, Caltros or some shit. I feel like there's no reason to run without it. Maybe for like high pit pushing or so, you wanna squeeze out more damage. But for everything else, you don't care. Just go Shrouds. Boss damage is high anyway, so when you're farming, you're not really limited by boss damage when you're doing farming. Why do I play this game? Because I'm a video game enjoyer. Otherwise I'd probably be sitting somewhere in a library or something like that. Is Spear stronger than Death Trap? Actually yes, but only on the very high end. You need some serious gear for Lightning Spear to be crazy. And Death Trap, you just, you know, equip some items and You destroy everything. So yeah, lightning speed push is the highest currently. Actually higher than the Necros even. But again, this is like a very high-end thing. The average performance is lower. Then chance already doubled. Oh, I gotta do the add-ons. Let's try to get some turn-ins. Look, his blood pressure up. Why do I play d4 among other better ARPGs? Well, have you ever heard the saying, variety is the spice of life? Team kills faster. Really? Maybe I should also do team boss kills. And team leveling and team pits. Shit, why didn't I think about that? Thanks for the tip. Thanks, there we go. Team gearing is also better. Well, the answer is I don't want to do team. I don't trust them. Also, we lost Chronix. Chronix is not here anymore. We lost them, guys. This is softcore blaster now. All it took was a one Dark Citadel. Yo, Brian. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I do have to say, our first like T4 hardcore Citadel clear was really cool. That was fun. I don't have my instance buffs, by the way. Someone buffed me somewhere. Now it's like scuffed. Never been a team player, that's why we play D4. Yeah, the funny thing is that in D4, like, you know, with the trading and like, you know, team play, like, it's actually the kind of the craziest things you can do, right, compared to other games. Yeah, I mean, D3 is also, you know, insane for teams. But I think I would actually say that D3 is more SSF friendly than D4. In terms of like the gap between groups and solo, like okay, Paragon and stuff is very important, but actually solo Paragon grinding has kind of caught up a lot. It's not like that ridiculous anymore. It's like maybe double or so that the teams get compared to solo. What build is this? I think I have it linked in the YouTube description. This is Stinger. Spiritborn. Otherwise it's on max 4. That's one of my guides there. You can always find my links in the description on YouTube. I put like the builds and whatever. Because it's like a bit of a struggle to set up the commands or everything all the time on YouTube. So I do the description. Okay, they're not instant, but it's alright. Also, I'm missing some supremacy buff actually. Where's the last guy? Just teleported all the way off screen here. Yeah, I did like an entire rep turn in or something from a bunch of lords here. Nice. To this aspect. You gain 90% movement speed. If you put this on a neck, you get more than movement speed cap, actually. That's almost movement speed cap just by itself. Kind of funny. More. I need gem fragments anyway. Gonna do a bunch. From a whisper crash. Nice Slippy. Wait, how devalued are Belial mods on softcore right now? I know there's like giga duping going on and the price has dropped. Like how much does it cost to do like 100 Belials right now? Or jail gaming. Yeah, it's true, man. Like I think at the very least I need to get to the point where I can get 3 big skulls and 3 big diamonds. Because I keep running into like reso armor issues. That will help a bit. And hopefully don't rip my character with it. That'd be a disaster. Dude, imagine you farm like 3 grand skulls and then you rip. Like holy man, season is over. Like who cares about the Shaco and the Starless? 3 grand skulls. That's where it's at. It's 10 million per Belial, so 100 Belials is 1 billion. Okay. Okay, so it costs literally nothing, basically. For softcore standards. Per month, okay, so it's 2 billion for 100 Belial kills. It's still nothing, right? You just need to like sell half an item. Like half a trash item. And you got it back. From 100 kills. That's insane, dude. You're playing Hustle Literally 4 carries. Because I think they need to do the quest on the journey. I mean, getting a quick Lilith carry is easier than getting 200 like kills in Helltide or something. I think a lot of people are probably struggling with that. Some dude gave him 5 billion and ran away. He's trying to give to the people the dirty money. Hide his tracks. Clean his conscience. The evidence. Into tibia. No. You know, a lot of people hate this game. A lot of people also hate PoE, or PoE 2, or Last Epoch, or all the other games out there. Doesn't really mean anything. A lot of people hate this game for, you know, reasons that no longer exist. So you have to keep that in mind as well. Is it okay to have 30 ranks in Death Trap? That's okay. You can only like one game, yeah. You have to choose one game, guys. How's Monk? OP, OP. In all the games. You want to abandon PoE2, mostly negative Steam reviews? I don't know, PoE2 will be fine. I have no worries about PoE2. I mean, I'm personally a kind of big PoE2 enjoyer, but even for the people that don't like it right now, there's a good chance they will like it later. PoE1, yeah, I don't expect much, to be fair. Sure, they're gonna make some leaks now, but I guess, you know, in a year or two when PoE2 is actually big, I don't think there's gonna be much going on in PoE1 anymore. They're gonna just like gonna make some, you know, maybe D3 like seasons, I imagine. Maybe, you know, lighter patches with like kind of like season themes and huge power creep and all that. And it's gonna be like the absolute zoomer game more than it is. That's what I expect from PoE1, to be honest. Thank you for the 5 subs. Appreciate that. Yikes. Thank you, Anna Berries. You felt bad about the delay and the clash of LA. Yeah, I mean, he gave a reasonable explanation about what happened. I mean, in the end, it turned out really well for LA, I think. You know, they delayed it. They got a huge launch. Like, I'm pretty sure this was a success for them. So, it's fine. G trying to torpedo them backfired. Yeah, they got a lot of shit for it. But I think when Jonathan... there was like some interview with Jonathan. And hearing him, it definitely sounded like a reasonable explanation. So... Shit, do I have Master Spawn? Yes, we do. I gotta take that. I'm not sure what wave it is. 7. Okay, so we get 4 of these. Yeah, I think that's fine. Instead of the Butcher. Well, how much rep does the Butcher give? Does it give like extra? Any Berserk fans in the chat? I was asking earlier, who has bought one of any of the Berserk stuff? Just curious. The reliquary currency for Berserk is from Helltide and Dungeons. So you should farm those. You have to pick it up manually, the pet doesn't pick it. So be careful. Here's Might any good this season? On hardcore, for T4 bossing. Definitely not useless. Even on softcore, you know, if you wanna just do chill bossing and you have way too much damage, you can pop this on and, you know, nothing will kill you basically. In a bunch of builds. Yeah, the caught up I felt, like I don't know Berserk really. I just know it's like super hype and everyone likes it and stuff. And I haven't personally seen it. But I don't know, I found the Barb skin is really nice. And everything else is kind of whatever. The free stuff is okay, there's like a cool tattoo and the headstone and you know, like some little things. Sure. But yeah, all the skins are kind of like, I don't know, bad. But besides the Barb. Dude, I actually have a lot of Ether here, despite Ether start, that's kinda nice. Wave 10. Oh, that's a juicy run, man. thing that bothers me slightly is that my Vortex actually has a way longer cooldown on this build compared to Will. Here with Jack and Shell. Has a base cooldown of 10. Started in 1989. Interesting. Holy shit. This arc is all about pushing through pain. Okay, interesting. How many episodes does it have? If it started in 1989, dude. The half a century. Not quite, but 36 years. Crazy. $10,000 pages. Okay, so it's just okay. It's not like a show. Okay. More hordes, guys. Robots coming. Unless the Ella counter works. Okay, how recent is that anime on Berserk? I think I should up the opposite and horse Undercity. I think the opposite income is fine. If you like Giga speedrun it, you can like masterwork an entire character to 12 in a few hours. I think that's totally fine. Opposite is not the problem. Unless you do a lot of resetting at like, you know, rank 12 or something. Like even if you reset a lot at 4, at 8, it's not that bad. You run out of other stuff way earlier. Especially gold. But let's say you're a softcore enjoyer and you trade, then gold is not a problem, and then you run out of like Forgotten Souls and Red Crystals and much more on Opticide. Gem fragments. Unless you don't need those for masterworking. I mean, personally, I kind of like that gem grind is kind of long. You know, Like, it takes a while to get your gems maxed out, and I think it's kind of cool, and until then you have to kind of be creative and, you know, think about where you get your armor and your res and so on. And then later eventually you're gonna get it and you can do some swaps, and yeah, I guess that's cool. I like that actually. It's maybe a little bit too harsh right now. But yeah, otherwise I think it's fine. Like the same with the runes. I actually kind of enjoyed it. It took very long for me to get my runes. You know, there was still like something to look forward to. And the first time I found like a jar rune man, I was pogging. Like that was nice. Which class they have the most fun with it? Probably Spiritborn actually at this point. Just like the builds. Yo. Legendary runes are from the lair bosses. Yes, Chris. Is concealment on Defter worth running? Yes. Like, you need to hit the concealment like once every 2 or 3 death traps to be better than any other option, basically. But if you really don't want to do that, I guess you can change your Paragon board and dance to something else. I mean, the build is strong enough, so... This is Stinger, not Quill. Longer mans. The hot strat. Let's go. What happened with MB Extreme? Music is Laser Hawk right now. I do not Wrath. Besides, when I have to read chat sometimes. Thank you, Nikki. Dinger, yes. It's not in the build command right now, but it's on Maxwell. It's one of my guys too. Yeah, Touch of Death is a pretty solid build. Probably a bit better than this, yeah, right now. This guy shotgun me? I'm not sure. It's like these 20 overlapping waves. They all hit, that might be a bit too much. I haven't tried that. Is that a lot, dude? But it's a lot of Hellborn here. Yo, they keep spawning. A lot of strats are real. Okay. Dude, it's actually crazy how everything's just spawning on me. What? Unreal. Dude, this was like over 200 Edda in one wave. Yo. Yeah, I'm doing it. We're gonna take out the Hellborn spawns, but I guess you want that anyway. I have like pretty juiced up Hellborn. Thank you, Torvald. And what literally stop leveling them? Yeah, that's only one number. These days you just get it to 100. Like, why not? You just farm whatever, you know, pit 70, pit 80. You do this for like 1 or 2 nights and you have them all at 100. That was a really good run. We got a bayonet, man. Wow. This is a stinger. We have command. Fuck. I wonder what's the cooldown on this concussive stomp thing. That's a lot of damage.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
We got a 102% chance. Huh. I need to try this.
The forge is that.
Stinger is like the worst choice, and Quill is the best uncle. So what was coming? Okay, we can fit in one more run. A short break. Guys, I'm gonna BRB. Give me like a few minutes. What time is that? 26. Okay. 18 minutes. I've gotta be fast. Okay, I need to cook this build now, guys. Now. You have 10 minutes until the world boss. Ah. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Felt it there. And stun locked. And TJ Cage. And still pause. And Dracula. Oh my god. Appreciate it, guys. And David. What do I miss? Okay, first of all, let me check. Can the barrier stack more than that? Dude, I'm not sure if I've ever used concussive stomp. Like, as a skill. It has 2 charges, I didn't know that. Okay. Wait, why did I get the barrier? Oh. That's a lot of swarms, man. They just keep popping, what the fuck? Wait, does it work? It looks like I got barrier twice. Oh shit. .6 when I have 8.1 life. %. 3.1 on 8.1. Okay, so barrier generation works. Can you link the tweets to it? No idea what's going on tomorrow.
Very nice. Until next time. Take a chance, wanderer. Until next time. Fair bit of magic in that one.
What is this? But I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell yet. Nah, this has something to do with Paxies. I was able to survive anything on Lilith, on Torment 4, on my Barb. Besides the, you know, falling floor. Looking for a Sunstained War Crozier. Because I'm not sure if I want to use that. But I don't think so. Guys, I'm cooking a really weird build right now. But it might be good. World boss, by the way. No, this is not what you want, actually. So we go for a normal weapon. Anyone buy something from Berserk drop? I asked chat earlier. I think a few people did. That's a lot of people. Build is Stinger, Spiritborn. It's on Maxwell. Yeah, one guy died. Unlucky. I didn't see it. I was busy eating, I think. Thanks, Rodok.
It is done. That looks worn. I can don't
Okay,
ruin
they've just set up. Where's the armory here? Down. Stinger, save. Okay, now let's do this. I'm gonna go from here and try to cook the setup. I have roughly an idea of what I want to do.
finest jewels in Sanctuary. You lose a little mass to dust.
Yes. Thanks, Agora. Aerostorms is like rogue meta, basically, for leveling. It's very good. You just get those two aspects, and you're just blasting on Penitent, no matter what. I mean, Dance on Ice can kind of just do it anyway if you get some nice drops. Yeah, Aerostorms is very good in the early game. Thanks, jump 6. Okay, we do reactive armor and neck, guys. And we do a sort of a temper. What can we temper even? 50% chance for concussive stone to extra hit, I guess. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, what the hell am I doing with my life? Let's do this.
My hammer sings on your return.
Now, I cannot do revealing, because it will be permanently unstoppable, so this is literally useless. Which means I don't think I have a 5th Paragon board that does anything. Fuck. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine. And this is not fine. The problem is, Infighter is actually a downside for this build, because we don't want to dodge, we want to avoid dodge. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. And then there's this. I guess it's better than nothing. Oh my god. I have to like not take this. Wait a minute. What is this here? We actually need crit, I think, on this build, right? Okay, we turn this. Let's go in from this side. Let's see if we get some life. Dude, I wonder if I should run Capileka on this build. For the sole reason to do Pock Rune. And then overpower with Xan. That would be kind of hilarious. I guess alternatively I can run Quill for lucky hits. Need so many points for this board. What the fuck? I don't have this, I don't have this. And I'm already out. And I have nothing on the glyph really. Huh. Okay, I have to like just tweak a few things. So Canny doesn't work. I think Menagerie will still be okay. Talon doesn't work. Spirit is fine. Yeah, we need to get a lot of crits somehow. We have 50. Well, there's a solution. Okay, this is actually a very nice combo of powers here. Now here's another thing, I can actually do the Lilith Blisters. And I suppose I can make the Lilith Blisters unstoppable and then trigger my Torask on the boss. And that gives me 20% damage, attack speed and movement. Lilith Blister might be better than this here. And doesn't require me to have any crowd control shenanigans. Which is currently here. And we probably want concussive stomp size. Now what do we temper here? 170 crit. $200 defensive damage. I'm doing it. I really need this.
Your road be filled with wonders.
Okay, so crush. Centipede, Jack. Actually, before instead of the defensive. No, wait, this is a weapon augment, right? The ravenous ranks and stuff. So no. Okay, so the defensive damage is the one. And I put redirected force here.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Reactive, unyielding, and something here. Just conceded. Inner calm is 39. This is a potency. That's a Vehement Brawler. So I guess we do Vehement Brawler. Okay. So my gear is like not exactly what it should be. Like I need to make new pants and stuff. I'm just doing like a test if this actually works. Yeah, what's the best way for me to get like sun procs? Yeah. Neoxan might actually be the way. Every 4 seconds I get some all powers. Seems a bit scuffed. But okay. And then we have Vex. Yeah, maybe we wanna do hooks then. Just like we did on like some of the Quill Volley stuff. Maybe that's better. We just spam Quill Volley instead of Crush. But we'll see. I wonder if use a skill if a cooldown works. Probably not, but I'm curious. Oh, you know dieser Schaber und Visage build? A Schaber Power, you mean an Darius build? Maybe it could contribute. I don't really trust the powers to do anything, but maybe Andarius build is scaling poisons enough and weak enough for a shower power to matter. Seems like there's no cooldown. There's a lot more overpowers. It might actually be worth to go Capitec. Thanks, Aquaman. But you also give up a lot of stuff. The life, the aspect. Yeah, let's do this. Let's try to make this like a real build, not something shitty, scuffed. So... So these guys are overpowered sometimes. See how it works. How's the res? More than fine, actually. Okay, my crit chance is 100. Be 100% weapon damage. Not that crazy, but let's see what happens. I have 25,000 life. That's a lot of life. It's not even masterworked. Duelist. Agreement. Okay, so guys, the idea is every time we get attacked, well, almost every time, 85.5% of the time we get attacked, we will block, releasing a free concussive stomp which seemingly has no cooldown. When we hit an enemy that is crowd controlled, we'll make them unstoppable, and we gain some damage and some other buffs. And concussive stomp does 600% increased damage to unstoppable enemies and bosses. And in fact, I don't think we need Scourge. Let's put us on a bar. I really have way too many points here. Let's do this. Yeah. We didn't want to die, I suppose. Also, you have insane barrier because it turns out the concussive stomp barrier can stack. So whenever this goes off and there's many enemies, I'll just get like infinite barrier. It's 30% per hit. It stacks with, it works with barrier generation. I have like, I don't know, 40%, 50% barrier generation. So each stomp on 3 targets gives me like half my life as barrier. Which is like 26k, by the way. Where's my last skull, by the way? It vanished somewhere. Yeah. Okay, 65. I don't know. I have no idea what this can do. So, we'll see. What does harding the stream do? I'm not sure. Maybe it's for engagement here. Okay, it does kill stuff. Slower than I hoped. We are killing stuff though, and I have my numbers on, and yikes. Also forgot vulnerable. Also my barrier is not going infinite, and I don't know why. Well, we are killing stuff, but slower than I thought. Okay, first of all I need to turn off these fucking numbers. Can I taunt somehow? I can actually. A challenging shout. But they can't be taunted when they're unstoppable, right? Why is the damage so low? Surprisingly low. And the barriers are not really going up. Is Doombringer useful for Death Trap Rogue? Yes. It's like the only build right now that actually runs it almost. No, it's not a phones build. Well, almost actually. It does rely on monsters hitting us. It's like a dungeon. I have Lord Charlotte killing Echo of Lilith. Any tips? Try it on T1. Thanks for realize. Lilith is the hardest boss. For T1, just make a character tanky. She has like no HP. It seems like it only really does damage when the overpower procs, and otherwise not really. Okay, so I think experiment failed. I'm surprised it's that weak. It does kill stuff in T4 though. I mean, what's that? How much of this is actually just crushing hand killing shit? That's a funny question. Or actually crushing hand, yeah. Also, at least contributing a lot. Okay, so this doesn't work out, unfortunately. Was a funny idea, though. Oh well. Oh well. Well, while we're at it, maybe we should play some crushing hand. How's that sound? It's not very far away from here to do some crushing hand. Would be a nice D tier build. Something like that, yeah. Okay, where's the Kakaleka? Oh. Wait, that's the wrong one. Okay. Crush. Probably this one. You can keep that. Mm-hmm. 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 I think we run Centipede Jaguar, right? So it's kind of like the same story right now. Yes, yes. Aragon is basically just what we had earlier. As long as I didn't change my glyphs. In fact, I've only 2 glyphs equipped. So we would do more damage. We would do like double damage. But even the 65 was going very slow, so... You could definitely torment forward that build. But it's pretty memey. Okay, let me just do this real quick. Dude, is this sound on? I cannot hear the clicking. Also, when I say World Boss spawning soon in Harvester. That's sus. I shot those super fun turrets here. I don't know if my music louder than normal. But why do you not hear the game? Yeah. Oh, I can hear it, okay. Do you even have a turf? Level turf. Oh my god. It is 7.5 attack speed here, but that's a lot of points. Count of the Nameless, I mean? Count of the Nameless is pretty good. Rogue Surrender, yeah. Yeah, we might have to do a Menagerist. We know it's a bit scuffed. Dex. Do we want to go Torask's Rage? Primary? It might actually just be the biggest damage thing. But we can't see them at all. Which means we can't do Scourge. Yeah, we can't. We're gonna be plenty tanky, we don't need to worry about.
Welcome to my home away from home.
So my runes here are Epoch, Xan, Neojar, and Neoxal for push. We just need to roll this, temper this, and we actually kind of got the combo already. How's the armor? So unyielding here. Okay, I think I should have it. This is like super overcapped.
Unexpected. Not bad. Come back if you need work.
Perfect. I don't even have to change that. Like the ring, for example. This dex life attack speed. Usually I have vulnerable in the ring instead of dex. But it's okay. This could be like attack speed now as well, basically. Or the life could be attack speed, so it wouldn't really matter. Okay. Moo.
Until spring.
Okay. Yeah, I better do this by the way, just in case. No. Getting the 5 out of 5 duelers is hard, man. Okay, let's try that dungeon then. We're playing Crush. Where did it close? I think it closed. Any chance to show extra deck Diablo 4 settings? I actually didn't turn it on today. One sec. It will kick me out when I started. So I can show you. Latency right now is 88, by the way. Okay, this feels pretty much like always so far. I wonder how bosses. Okay, so the bigger targets don't get one shot. The crushing hand is cool. Kapow. Okay, so what is that, Dirko? Any tips how to cap resist armor for Death Trap build? Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle when you run Banished Lords. Not 100% sure how the setup does it. I mean, you have instances, you could try that. Get the biggest gems possible. And then with all the Paragon nodes, I guess you'll get there. I was running a normal amulet, so it was easy for me because I rolled percent armor. And then I just put like all the rest gems. But yeah, you have like only uniques equipped, so... Starless helps a bit with that, I guess, as well. Starless has a lot of res. Do we run a normal glove in our build? Could put something there, I suppose. Okay, I mean, for default farming it's fine. That seems alright. Can we do a horde? Let's see. I'll do a horde. Let's see if we can do some Elder Lords in horde. Armor, dex, core, on glove. Yeah, you don't really need a dex necessarily. So if you really need the res, you can do like armor, res, core on the glove or something. The total armor affix. Total armor is only on defensive slots. You don't have any. I do have to say though, it seems like this build will rely on the overpowers a bit too much. To quill for like single target sometimes. These elites just die when I actually get the overpower procs. So it means like when you don't have like the Xan rune, like a lot of these Spiritborn builds will just like not really pop off. We have 21.6k life now. Can this exceed 100? Quill what it can, which is almost the same build. This build cannot. This is Torment 4 build. Now your pack on 125, you're seeing how behind you will be without Vessel of Haters. Yeah, it matters a bit more for some builds than for others. Like the mercenaries are relatively minor. The runes can be pretty impactful though, depends on the build though. Some are not that crazy. Jano. In boss power you have about Vessel of Haters. It's like you can play the season just normal. And Undercity, I mean Undercity is good for boss mods, but you can get boss mods other ways. Otherwise Undercity doesn't offer too much, I think. Yeah, of course, I mean you do lose some of the stuff and you're gonna be less efficient and so on, but you know, at least you can play the game with like a relatively decent level. I mean look at Diablo 3. You didn't have the expansion, you just didn't have the game, like, you weren't playing the game. But you can kind of play the game right now without expansion. And you know, see if you like it enough to get it, right? So I think that's fine. Just nightmare runs and pit runs. Yeah, hell tiles are also decent for farming, especially for leveling, and then you can get you know, some gear. You can get Greek war mods there to farm Greek war. Ugh. That's very crystal farm. It's probably like turbo season rep and the bosses. Each season rep cache is like 200 or something crystals. So you can do it with this Infernal Horde start here with Elder Lords, or you could do it with just boss farming. If you have mana issues on Frozen Orb, a good combo you can do early on is Neo plus Lum Rune. Try that. It's not gonna have mana issues later, once you have you know, enough of the whole synergy basically going on, with like the extra conjurations and primordial binding passive. That gives you all the mana you need at some point. But maybe early on it might have some struggle. You can solve resources other ways, but this is like an easy combo you can try. Neo Lum. Also, maybe just trying to put like 1 mana roll per second on like a chest or something. This kind of reminds you of Monk. Yeah, this is basically Monk in D4. Spiritborn, just with a bit of a different theme. Thanks, Pancry. Executioner's Aspect. Yeah, should be in the game. Yo, AHL. Shit, I need to fix that. Yeah, you're supposed to go canny. It was Fulminate and I changed it to canny, but I think I didn't update it on like the board that's shown actually. Wait, let me check that. Yeah, it shows Fulminate. Yeah, we just changed it to canny basically. And that's it. So same requirements. So easy. Yeah, I did on push. Forgot the other. Okay. Okay. That should be fine now. Thanks, Edelberg. Hey, Panda. How's it going? Neo Se runes. Wait, do they give you resources? Neo Se? Wait. No, wait, same as the wolves, right? What is the Se rune? I just suggested Neo and Lum. That's what I did on my ice shards actually, which was kind of chill. It's like a very easy way to just give you infinite resources on any build, basically. Ah, the counters are... Okay, the Se are the wolves. Ah, true, they're for the bindings, I forgot. Yeah, it's a good idea as well. When you have that passive anyway. From Infernal Hordes only. All the Infernal Horde stuff can also drop randomly. The uniques are actually easy to get these days because they put the uniques from Infernal Hordes into the, you know, random unique pool on all the bosses. So these days you actually get them pretty easy. So classic and speed farm is efficient as that one. Yeah, Sorc is by far the fastest in late game. It's just that for most of the journey, Sorc is... I mean, okay, these days pretty strong, I guess, but usually it scales really hard, like late, basically. And then it just overtakes everyone. Because you get to the point where you have like basically infinite cooldown and you just teleport, and nothing can keep up that. And you just one-shot all the screens, you know, once you're strong enough, you don't care. So... But yeah, Spiritborn is generally a very fast class, for sure. Like, many builds are pretty quick here. I can do like 90-second pit runs with various Spiritborn builds if you want. Or even faster, like evade build is even faster. You can do 60-second runs. It's like, yeah, one of the top 3 probably Paragon builds, despite being relatively weak. This is Crushing Hand right now. Another guide I have on Maxwell. Which is similar to Quill Volley. All resist -10. Doesn't even matter. Seems like the damage is kind of comparable to Stinger. I guess it's a bit better than Stinger. Like, since I just burst them down. Now this build's problem is mostly just the single target damage. Like when you have tanky bosses, you don't really do that much against them. I do not understand what that means, Aoyovo. Maybe I'm kind of nurse to rogue. In 3 months from now, I guess. There's no fixed craze, it's just bugged. Legendary runes are pretty rare, but if you farm T4 bosses, you'll get them. I did a session of 200 Andariel, Mephisto, Duriel combined. And I got 15 legendary runes on that, so I had like, I don't know, 7.5% drop rate on those bosses at least. I'm not sure about the small bosses, or Belial. Belial might have more, small bosses might have less. But yeah, if you farm these on like T3, T4, you get legendary runes at some point. I have like 3, 4, 5 copies of most of them at this point. Yeah, this feels very much like Stinger right now, actually, and this feels pretty much exactly even with Stinger. But I'm not playing Stardust. I wonder how Stardust will feel later. Gonna do a few runs here. What's my Opticide situation? 64k. How's my refinement situation, actually? Maybe I should do those a bit. 14, actually. Let's do it. Yeah, once I have a bunch of rare ones, I can also start crafting them up. Fifteen to 20% chance of legendary and harmony. Really? That seems actually more than expected. I've been running a few harmonies and quickly stopped. Because I got only blue, 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 yellow, blue, 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 blue. That was like my experience. Refinement here. I love the ancestral legendary one, but maybe gonna save that for the necro. My Spiritborn kinda has what he needs. Mm-hmm. 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 Is there something I wanted to change? How much race have we all kept? 11.9. Armor, a little bit. Oh, I actually need to check if I have this fully maxed out. I'm not sure. How do you maintain good gear and gems BA2 between requirements of aim, strength, and dex? Well, usually you want to kind of like focus on similar items, you know? Like either you stack energy shield, or you stack evasion, or you stack armor, or like a little bit of both. So you kind of like, you know, you're supposed to kind of naturally build into the synergies that you have with, you know, your class. And, you know, there are ways to not do that, but yeah. You only 20. I actually have to get this, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Random decks for no reason, actually. Okay, I got one more. Okay. Look at the video of Rushing Claw, it seemed odd. Yeah, Rushing Claw is not a fun playstyle in my book. It's like a pretty strong build right now. It's like the second strongest on Spiritborn right now. The Toxic Skin Rushing Claw build. Yeah, but awful to play, honestly. Dude, I'm gonna do some advanced elixirs. How about that? And dex and int on your equipment and boots and armor. Yeah, John, as I said, you know, you need to focus on one thing if you don't have the attributes for it. It's very difficult to make, like, you know, a build where you stack all the attributes. Because you just need to give up a lot of like slots for it. Unless you have an Astamentus or something, but that's obviously a very expensive item. But you can do a lot of like cool combos and stuff. But yeah, like, you know, usually if you cast a build, you go int, you have energy shield stuff, your skills require int, your weapon requires int, you know, everything's the same. And the same for, like, you know, if you play warrior, then you need strength because you have armor pieces of strength, you have a weapon with strength, your skills are strength, and so on. So you just need to make sure you find items that have these things. Spiritborn should be pretty good while leveling. Did you check my guides? I have a bunch of leveling guides on max roll to make it pretty smooth. Andros is OP. What pit can this build do? I didn't do any pit yet. I mean, high end, it probably pushes to, like, I don't know, 80 something, maybe close to 90, I would expect. And the AOD is just pretty good, it's just the boss will take forever at some point. And Crushing Hand is a good farming build. It's not such a crazy push build. Yeah, Stinger is super fun while leveling. I just started Stinger as well on this character. Stinger and Quill, they're both very nice if you're low level and have nothing. Is this the same stats like Stinger? Yeah, this is more like Quill. This is like very similar to the Quill build. I just took my Quill setup and switched a few things, and then you have this basically. Stinger is quite different, you know, there's a different Paragon board, lots of different glyphs. You don't have the Kapeleke and so on. So Stinger works differently, I'd say. I was gonna put the Barb, Crush. Let's do this. Yeah, for Stinger there's a dungeon aspect you can get. It's called Pestilence. It's in a hunter somewhere. So you just get that, you put it on your neck. And, you know, whatever else you find that gives boosts your damage or gives you resources. For Stinger you want to focus a lot on resources. Just get all the resource stuff on the skill tree. And so on. Use Scourge for resources. And you're gonna be chilling. Just like in Season 6. Dude, Season 6 Crushing Hand, the first time I played this really, it was really cool. Just making this setup and just blasting through Pit 100 in like 90 seconds non-stop. It was fun. I remember like I leveled like literally every single glyph to 100 or something in like one night on this build. Just keep on blasting. Yeah, this build is not great for bossing. Like T3 bosses will be no problem. I think T4 will work, but it's gonna be a bit slow. I haven't done any bosses right now. Like on Quill, I can kill T4 Belial in like 5 seconds right now. And I can probably still like double my damage or so with my gear. So if I had like really good gear, I think I can do T4 bosses on Crushing Hand. Just don't have that gear. Like my Kappa deck is really bad. And a few other pieces are lacking. Dungeon aspect is Pestilence for Stinger. Somewhere in the Hantu. I can check on the Occultist, I guess. Actually, no uniques in here. Yeah, Xan is pretty important, it turns out. You won't have like really good boss damage without the all powers. Like if they ever like nerf all power in like one of the next few seasons, I don't really see it happening. You know, it's the third season now since they kept all power as it is. I don't really see them just changing all power before the next expansion, but maybe. That will definitely be a struggle for a lot of builds and a lot of classes actually. I mean, we are asking them, you know, please fix overpower, it's like too ridiculous. But of course, you know, they might just do that and then not do anything else, and then everything's just gonna be scuffed. Mid Paragon 300 on Crushing Hand. Yo. Yeah, this is such a nice build. Like, I don't really need a Sun Rune for T4 farming, but it does make sure that the bosses die fast. Like, I kill these guys without overpowers. Yeah, like this stuff at least. Remember when OP got fixed and I broke it again? How many? Okay, we should look at the tier list and just see like how many builds are overpower builds out of them. I would say at least half of all the builds we have on Maxwell are probably based on overpower in some way. And that includes builds like, you know, minions and blight and that it cannot even overpower really. Yes. Also, your friends are saying the Kanai's Cube is coming. Yeah, I mean, what is the Kanai's Cube gonna do in this game? It's a question. He's gonna choose more powers? I don't know. We already have, like, you know, the flexibility with, like, you know, putting powers in different slots and so on. I mean, for a season theme, it could be interesting, but will it do this like as a permanent thing? Don't think so. I mean, they tend to give us something like, you know, double to triple damage or so in a season theme. Plus minus, I guess. Like the current one as well, I guess it's like, you know, somewhere in that range. I guess last season's theme was actually even stronger. Last season was pretty strong, the witch gems. We had the gems and we had the powers. So, what the hell. And some of the powers were also pretty large. Like I remember the crit aura and stuff. So yeah, let's say we have like, you know, one more offensive, one more utility, one more defensive aspect. That would be kind of in the range of a typical season theme, I guess. You have to do something like Diablo face style, Kanai's Cube. I think maybe what they should do is they should do something like a mini powers or something like that, you know? If they want to make this like a permanent thing, like mostly for utility stuff, or it's like the power but it has reduced value, or you know, something like that. So could you use it to, like, you know, actually activate certain effects, like for example the flurry 360 degree effect, or I don't know, the druids that make their stone skills apply with earth and might. In these kind of things that don't have actually like value numbers. That could be interesting. Unique power in the cube. Yeah, the problem is like if it allows you to get unique powers in there, that will get broken really fast. Because uniques are designed as a whole package, right? Like you have to deal with the stats that the unique has. So you take like a really understated unique that most likely has a really strong power. Kaboom. That sounds a bit rough. Like an aspect is only, you know, like it's like balanced by itself, right? But the unique is not that power. Is it good enough to kill bosses? I don't know, we can try, I suppose. I forgot counter-attack has to be list. Well, we don't need this anyway. Also, I forgot this. What the hell is going on? No, it did not. It was just like a grayed out. Okay. Let's try about Sean and see what happens. Dude, I'm missing 1 heart. That's actually insane. Well, time for Titan.
Keep an eye out for hollows.
Good materials here.
So 1 Titan and then we try. Sean is our target dummy. Yes, next call. The eye beam power doesn't work. Did you try pressing potion? Check the loadouts of the past 55 rogues I've seen. Literally all 55 are using Death Trap. Nice. I should check the stats on the Maxwell page. I'll be curious. Dude, I remember like in season 6, the Quiver guide, man, that was insane. I think that was like literally half of the entire like Maxwell build section or something. The 2's cube. I mean, they decided to make crafting not like the cube thing, right? We have like NPCs and stuff for that. I don't think they're gonna bring something like the cube. I mean, okay, they could make it for something like kind of like a specific purpose, like not something you do like regularly with like every item, but you know, something along the lines of the woven echoes from last epoch, right? Where sometimes you do a woven echo and then you're throwing your items with their legendary potential, or sometimes you do a woven echo and then you know, swap the main attribute. You know, like these kind of like rare crafting things that you have to do sometimes. They could do something like that where there's like, you know, this Horaric archive and there's a cube and you have to like go through a dungeon and then you do it at the end or something. Instead of like, you know, just typical, okay, I'm gonna swap my sockets now and I'm gonna imprint something, you know. That could be cool. Nice, can't be temporary. I mean, it's just a Diablo 3 thing though. The cube. I mean, they combined a little bit of like Diablo 2 cube, I guess. Neato, figure.
Come in, I don't.
Okay, did I get Varshan hearts? I did. Okay. Can't see how T4 Varshan will go. Also, I'm running out of stuff here.
That'll put some hair on your chest. Thank you, Era Heal. Thrower gear dependent. Well, we need at least 25 maximum resource. From what exactly, actually? T-Bolt's Will. Yeah, build runs T-Bolt's Will. Need 25 maximum resource on that. And I mean, I need like enough Roar cooldown. Get it down to 10 seconds. So this can be done easily with the Word of Arcane. Plus if you really have to, like a temper. Okay, we got all 45. Alright, let's see. T4. I blame chat if I die. It kinda works. It's not great, but it works. On Quill, really, I need like 2 seconds. So this is definitely way weaker than Quill. But I'm not running Starless right now, so this is with Midnight Sun. And Starless should be stronger. We could actually test that. In fact, we have a core skill. Oh, shit. Oh, double trouble, let's go. Look, we have the blobs as well. Do we have to go out or in? What is going on? I have no idea what's going on. In, apparently. Does that stuff one shot? I guess it does, right? Retires Husk. That was nice. Dude, only one? Thanks, Mirage. I'll be asking to try now. I don't have vulnerable. I'd have to make a new ring that has a vulnerable on it. Why not do this? Basically need this ring, but a vuln. Is there another easy way to get vuln? Yeah, let's see.
Akarat bless you.
Ah, shit. I need a vuln. Okay. Any of them has vuln on it? Of course not. I'm gonna get poor, man. But I guess you have to do it for science. Text life. Now you want attack speed, life, vuln. So many crit ones. Here's this, so you can actually roll off the crit. Good enough. I'm not gonna overdo it here. So I can actually potentially use this on like another character or something. I just want to do a quick test. Rough wind. Thanks for that.
Welcome, wanderer. I've been expecting you.
Again, hopefully this is not gonna be too expensive. $2.7 mil. So we start at 1.55 billion or so. Oof. Let me double check. Yeah, we have officially none. I get Tajet. Dude, pain. I should try to sell more stuff again. 200 down. Okay. 220.
That's kinda okay. It's always 8. What's going on? Okay, we got core.
Sturdy and balanced. Damn fine piece.
Utterly tired. An inquiring mind. Welcome, welcome.
A bunch less life.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
I don't have more Vashan to open, but I can just kill Vashan again. It's fine. Thanks, Flyam and Texity. Hi, Gary, bye. Kapaleka can... I mean, you can do a Kapaleka Stinger build. Basically just like a shitty version of Crushing Hand. But if you want to play like, you know, let's say something more flavorful, then you should follow the Stinger build from Maxwell. Which is probably also just stronger. Might be kind of close. Let's see how this will go. I wonder how the resources are. I have Moonrise. Actually, I have Vehement Brawler. Fuck. I need to change that too. Should we do Moonrise? Or should we do the Crushing Hand aspect? The Crushing Hand aspects will give me a lot more lucky hits. This might be like similar to what we had earlier after rebounding. How many more hits do I gain?
Let's have a look.
It's 10 hits doing 43% of the base damage. Every third. So let's say I always get every 3. I have 6 hits and then I have 10 extra. So let's say 166% increase in number of hits. But 10 of them only do 43% damage. So it's a 71% increase in damage. Which is actually not too far from the Moonrise. Maybe? It's not double lucky hit, but it's a bit more damage than the rebounding aspect. But a bit less lucky hit than the rebounding aspect, basically. And it requires me to do 3 consecutive casts. Which realistically I don't think I will do all the time. Moonrise it is. Also has attack speed. I mean, there's a build that's basically RF, which is Hurricane. But there's also a good version of that, which is Cataclysm.
There's also another build that's called Soul Rift, but that's pretty dead now, I think. Go right here, do something. Don't AFK. What is he doing? Hit them. Yeah, was my fortify. Yeah, I wonder how this will go. If it's gonna be like faster or slower. Can't really tell. Like in the past, the Starlit Sky setup was definitely better than the Midnight Sun for pushing. But Crushing Hand is relatively weak lucky hit compared to Quill. And the nerfed Capraleka making the Starlit setup weaker than before. And we also have Epoch Xan. So you want to get as many Xan procs as possible. Okay, we have...
One building were blind in Dormant too.
And?
He destroyed me. My damage is like, you know, little toothpicks. Pew, pew, pew.
Now you know how it is.
Yeah, but I beat him in the end.
Oh, nice.
No idea how I did it. It was really hard. I'm very squishy, I don't have damage. I would be good with flurry.
It can be good, yeah. Okay, it definitely seems better. It's quite a lot better here. Now I was talking to chat. Okay, so Starlet's got set up still wins. Oh shit, I don't have anything to open. Okay.
You're doing boss runs on your own.
Well, it was just a target dummy test actually. Basically.
What do you think? Will I make it to tier 4 with flurry?
You can.
And then?
Then you die in T4.
Give me some hope.
Well, if you play the Flurry Overpower build that we have on Maxwell, then
Flurry what?
there's a Flurry Overpower build.
No, I don't like that.
Well then, enjoy Torment 2.
Why? No, I think I can... I have the damage for Torment 3.
Well, as a rule of thumb, the bosses are always like one Torment higher, basically.
Yeah.
So if you can kill the boss, fine, then you can go Torment 3, or vice versa. If you can do Torment 3, you can go down to
It
Torment 2
took me
boss.
5 minutes.
Yeah, that means you should do them on Torment 1.
What?
That means you should do them on Torment 1.
Oh, okay. No, I don't play meta. Hate meta.
Yeah. Dude, you should make a Flurry RF playthrough again.
A flurry what?
Flurry RF.
What is RF? Rapid fire. Why are you such a heretic? Why?
What? That's like the original build.
No, no, you need to be a melee character. You know, be an assassin.
Dude, it's like the embodiment of Rogue. Flurry RF.
No, the rogues have daggers. They don't have crossbows and stuff. You're not a ranger. Or a bowman. What do you think, chat?
Chat agrees.
With who? I'm not sure they agree with you. But maybe they all like meta builds. The embodiment of broke.
Rogue.
Yeah, daggers all the way.
Let's try some pits.
I'm not just a lady.
So
I'm
many.
a rogue connoisseur.
We can actually go Jar Rune again.
Rogues, melee, and range. Well, where? I haven't seen any ranged rogue in any of the ARPGs I was playing, or Dungeons and Dragons. Rogues have daggers and rapiers.
Nini is going by the full D&D rule set.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. I have counter-attack on my bar. Wait a minute. That is scuffed.
I didn't have problem killing Barshan.
Can I just like have counter-attack on? Yeah.
Oliver is new one, right?
Oliver is new, yeah. And there's also Mephisto.
Yeah.
Mephisto's doggy form.
How difficult is Belial?
The big one? There's a small and a big one.
I killed the one from the campaign quest.
Yeah, okay, so it's the same fight, but he's like 10 times harder when you summon him.
Great.
Yeah, he's pretty tough on Torment 4. Unless you have a lot of damage, then you can just kill him. And compared to the other bosses, you can actually just like one-shot him if you have the damage.
Yeah. Except he always sides with you.
Sepke is a connoisseur as well.
I think you have mistaken Demon Hunter with Rogue. It's not the same thing.
Demon Hunter is ranged only.
Of course.
Yeah, and Rogue is both.
No, he's not both.
Yes.
Where did you see? With a slinger, maybe? What is this?
We're gonna watch this now. I don't care.
Why we take as the Bible here what Diablo says about Rogue?
This is the Bible.
It's not a fucking Bible. Wanna see the definition of Rogue, maybe?
No.
Yeah, because you know I'm right. You know I'm right.
They call it murder. I say,
Who's this?
job well.
That's a trailer from Rogue. Yeah. That's why I chose my main class.
She's using daggers.
Not only.
She's an
I am a
assassin.
thief, a heretic, a murderer. Father,
Is that his ear?
will Akarat
Not his.
save me?
Okay, what's with your analysis?
Have you not seen the trailer?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember what I ate yesterday. Or should I remember the
Yes.
trailer of 10 years ago?
Yes.
Lifelong.
I am dismayed.
I was more excited about the Necro anyway.
I am
Where the answer
my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Then we are settled.
By the way, many from the chat agree with me.
the name you seek
Why is the most unamusing skill to use in the 4? What is more amusing than stabbing people?
Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens, I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Assassin from range using daggers. You're not an assassin who can cross all around.
Combos, man. I want this shit again, man. Why can't we play this? I want this. I have to do something. No! Oh, the legs are. Oops. Gotta go down. Louder! Yeah, my people died,
What
sorry.
happened?
It's not loading. Dude!
If you always play with bows and crossbows.
I don't always play with
That's my 2 cents. Or my 2 daggers.
What about Death Trap Rogue?
You're not even a robot to play with sword in my opinion, but I'm very happy.
Only dagger.
Yeah, only dagger. Maybe later.
We don't need Doombringer, guys. We don't need Doombringer. Anyway, that was nice. Go Rogue, follow your dreams. And did I fix the thing I wanted to fix? What was that? Ah, wait.
You are a bow guy. At heart. You were never a melee guy.
I did a lot of Twisting Blades.
Hmm?
I did a lot of Twisting Blades.
Twisting blades.
Why not?
I don't know. I like Flurry more.
Twisting Blades are super fun.
Just like I liked Impale in the 3 and nothing else.
Dude, they need to make a Twisting Blades build without the spinning blades.
I have played Twisting Blades back when it was meta with Death Drop.
Yeah, I want to play Twisting Blades without the spinning blades. Just the returning blades. I kept telling them for 2 years, man. That was the most fun I've ever... That would be very fun. That existed.
You told them that.
Yes.
Okay.
But so
Told
far...
them who exactly? Did you
Them.
make a video about it? Did you send them a memo or something?
I sent them very big memos.
A very big memo, like a sheet.
Many sheets. But someone didn't read my memo. Fuck. Where's Bobby?
Hello, him.
Straight line barrage. It sounds like rapid fire to me, actually. What did it change about Lilith? Not much. It's just that you can't damage her past the phase thresholds, basically.
What? You can't what?
You can't damage her, like, you know, to just 1 HP, basically, and then dance. You have to do phase by phase. I mean, you had to do phase by phase anyway, but...
Again now.
Huh?
I have to learn to fight again now.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to. I hate Lily.
And go kill her. And kill her.
I hate fighting Lily.
Oh.
She's my mommy.
Oh.
Should fight her. Should love her. You agree?
Okay, Nini likes Mummy. Mummy arrive.
Mommy arrived.
Lilith.
She broke here.
Yeah.
Poor mommy. She guards you now.
There is a way to make TB overpower, yeah. Actually, not even a bad way. If you go full attack speed cap, you can have 150 offering per second with the Tum rune. You can get 6 attacks per second. You get 150 offering with Tum. It's quite a lot. Honestly, these blisters seem to help a lot on these bosses. Maybe it's not that bad this season, look at that. Boom. Actually, not terrible. I mean, it's a 70, it's not crazy, but... Oh, we have the emerald fragments. Let's do this. I'm gonna try if Unrelenting is better than Moonrise. The top section fell off 2 seconds after second phase started. Wait, what the fuck? I've never seen that.
May the light keep you.
Let's do a 75 for science, and then we're gonna do another 75. And change the aspect. So this might be a bit slow in 75, but let's see. Thanks, gangers. And pair of pants. It's gonna be the Exile rune, man. That's 20% life. Are we becoming a video about this build? Are we becoming a video? I mean, I have a video from Season 6 or Season 7 in the guide already. I didn't make like a one for Season 8 now, but I might make some new Spiritborn videos. A few things have changed for sure. Especially runes. So maybe it's time for some updated videos. But yeah, at least right now I'm playing exactly the Maxwell build. And I've not actually changed anything about it so far. And I don't think I will. But there's a chance I will change one aspect. Dude, a few days ago, the highest Spiritborn was like 86 with fucking Toxic Skin. Like, this build can probably do 86. No one was doing fucking Spiritborn. There's like one guy pushing on Quill. I don't know what's up with all these Toxic Skin enjoyers when builds like this exist. But to each their own. I mean, honestly, if you fish up ads on boss, this will actually have pretty decent boss damage. With the blisters, as long as I can kill the blisters. Or I have to go for a tier where I can kill the blisters on the boss. But they have 10% of the boss HP in the last 15 seconds, right? It's a bit tough. I do suggest buying this game if you like ARPGs. But why is this guy not getting pulled? How's he? Wait, why is he unstoppable? What did I do? Okay, wait a minute. So the blisters have 10% of the boss HP. They last 15 seconds. And I can CC them for around 10 of those seconds. Where I do full damage. So this means if I just did uniform damage the same as on the boss all the time, then the boss fight will be like a 2.5 minute fight. If I can kill the blisters. Right? Yeah, 150 seconds times 10. So the thing is I will do more damage to the blisters than I will do to the boss. So this means if the boss is like I can probably kill the blisters all the way to like a 4 to 5 minute boss fight. And then I guess at some point I will just be unable to kill them. And I can't execute them, unfortunately. I guess we'll see. Crushing Hand is better than Quill? Ah, no chance. But it's okay. Maybe it feels like 10 tiers behind or so. Okay, let's see. 11:22. Yo, that was a big burst, man. What the fuck? Oh, we have Blast Switch run. Okay, I have to do another run, I guess. Blast Switch is just pumping. Unlucky. I want to see the boss fight. How much HP do T3 bosses have? I have no idea. But as a rule of thumb, you want to be able to farm the next torment before you do the bosses of the previous, basically. Okay, let's try 75 again. Don't click Blast Wave. The build we're playing right now is Crushing Hand, by the way, the best. Okay, let's compare the clear speed. We just walked in the boss room at 11:22. 3.5 minutes to spawn. One thing I noticed already is that we definitely want to execute more than on Quill. Because you have like the less single target, like finishing off kind of damage. On Quill you can just kind of kill anything single target. But here, more adds helps a lot. Then you finish them with the Hunter in worst case. Exile Scorpius. Charge Barb? What about Charge Barb? Mythic items and runes have the same source. Layer bosses.
D3 double swing Barb. Ah. Yeah, double swing charge season 3, that was really cool. Good old Kratos Barb. There's so many cool builds, man, that we had in the past. They're all gone now. Feels bad. Too much specialization, basically. You could make a lot of like cool combos and stuff in the past, and you can't do that anymore. Okay, the timer is exactly the same actually, 2 seconds difference. Okay, here's Mother's Judgement. Let's see, 11:20. Can I kill the blisters? Yeah, I can. But it's already looking kind of tight on the blisters. But at the very least you get extra targets on them. It's also teleporting away, amazing. This thing that did have appeared before Blood Bishop. Okay, that was almost exactly a 1 milli kill, a bit less. And this was Mother's Judgment, which is usually kind of bad, and he moved away from some of the blisters. Okay, let's just do Unrelenting and see how it feels. Vibe check is what this is called these days, right?
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Okay, we do that. I don't have a good roll of it. 43. Yeah, okay, 43 instead of 45. That's fine. Same TM. We just change the aspect. But to kind of like focus a bit more on like holding down the button basically. It looks crazy, man. It looks very spastic. Look at that. Those explosions. What is this, dude? It does feel weaker though. Yeah, it definitely feels weaker actually. And I'm trying actually really hard to do the combo. You have to cast 3 times in a row. You can't cast other stuff in between. That's the problem with it. The good thing is, it has the same trigger as Prodigy's tempo. So you can actually tell from your cooldowns. But yeah, he spawned in 3.5 and killed in roughly 1 minute. But it definitely looks like a Moonrise angle here, I gotta say. I wonder how it'll compare if I just take my Midnight Sun setup. Take Moonrise again at last.
think I should actually even out all the skill ranks on all of my skills because I kind of press them all together every time. But they don't come back at the same time, so I guess I should... Okay, the thing is we need 5 in Hunter, actually. So I can't change that. Makes me wonder if I should run Perdition Helm for more lucky hit. Perdition Helm, GA lucky hit, I actually have that. And we go primary Jaguar Hall. And we ignore the Centipede stuff. Maybe, actually. Maybe. It's worth a try. That'll be very interesting. Seems like so far spawn time is kind of comparable actually. And if anything, I think we should be better off on single target with this setup compared to the AoE. I think we should feel weaker on AoE and better on single target if anything. Because in AoE I have enough like hits even with Moonrise. Or like here, like... It shouldn't really change anything about the resource situation in these pulls. So it's actually okay for now. Okay, so it's only slightly slower so far. $25 you have Slither. Wait, what does this 3 mean on my... armored hide? I'm not killing the blisters that fast. They're definitely slower, it seems. But the boss kill overall is comparable. But you have better redirected force that time, it doesn't move. It was kind of comparable actually. Interesting. The entire run is actually almost the same. Oh. What's my attack speed? Are we overcapped? 150. We have nothing. 20, 50. No, we should not be overcapped really. Ah, we have to have it because of ferocity. I really want to try out Perdition. You're gonna be quite a bit squishier though. You're gonna lose damage reduction from the helm and damage reduction from the centipede. But we get more resolve stacks on our secondary. Oh. This is better. And we do this. And let's keep unrelenting. Save like a lot of lucky hit. This one is crit, we don't care. Nice. Not nice. Let's try to hit a double. Nice. Ugh. Okay, I'll take it. That's a lot of speed. This thing has movement speed for no reason. But okay. Epoch Sun. It's 39% lucky hit. That should be noticeable. And the core skill ranks. 22. Core skill ranks are 19%, so this roughly makes up. It almost exactly makes up for the difference between Harmony and the Perdition Helm. Just the core skill ranks make up for that. And then we have the lucky hit. We lose the DR. And we gain a better haul. I mean, technically I could have just run Jaguar Centipede already. But we get a better haul here. Resolve is better than what we had. Also, this is completely pointless. Let's do this. Can I get like 1 point in there? Or do this? So we're doing 75, right? And like 5-ish. So now we have a lot of lucky hits. We have the unrelenting aspect. And this. I want to try Moonrise again. At this point. Can we do this thing? The resource gen.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? More fair than I thought.
So 50-50 to lose the 8 to 12.
More fair than I thought.
Nice. Nice, Steak friend. Okay, Moonrise again. Let's see it. The energy op says 274 and the character sheet says 275. Which one is probably right? Oh, that's a tough question actually. I don't know. I don't know. Did I mess something up? I think I did actually. Wait a minute. No, thanks, Dante. And this doesn't help us now, unfortunately. Look at that. Yeah, Jaguar Hall is for unrelenting. You have more hits, triggering Jaguar more often. This is a line of thinking I forgot.
Right or not? Right or soul?
That's some DR. Yeah, which one counts, Volk? Your orb? Or your character sheet? I guess the orb. It seems a lot weaker, and I'm very surprised about that. I can't understand why. Let's see. Oh, they exploded. Never mind. I think I didn't have Fortify. Now we have Fortify. Because I went down too long. Need to wait for here to fortify us. Okay. Boop, boop. Dude, what's up with the animation, man? No, that seems nice, actually. Wait a minute. They're pumping. These guys are like just exploding. Actually, really good farming here. Definitely faster than before. Chaka Hall is doing work. Tuna House spawn. Bravo. That's the shitty boss to get. Oh, that was nice, actually. Now, Crushing Head is not as good as Quill. But we're creeping up to it. They have a Blast Wave. Yeah, the Blast Wave does some pops here on a build like this. But, you know, the packs died in like 3 seconds sometimes anyway. So the boss was like 45 seconds or so. It's like 15 seconds faster, and it's Bramble. Bramble's kind of bad. He doesn't actually hit me very often. So I don't have my Reactor Force sometimes. Thanks, all grunt. Do we have like any kind of like additive damage we can take into some armor? We have resource generation. I don't think we need that. All this. There's an armor. 10, 10. Armor. Armor. There's more. I think those two will do it. It's like a random int node for no reason. Hmm. Let's just do it. Dude, we like overcut as fuck, man. Look at this 33% res overcut. Okay. I'm gonna try Moonrise another time. Well, let's just do another run. And then we do 2 runs of Moonrise. So 2 and 2. That should give us a bit of a better picture. This does seem pretty nice though.
This place is
It's actually kind of wild because when the 10 hits proc, I always get the Jaguar proc as well. This Jaguar Hall. As you can see the bursts, right, where they go down in waves. Because every time I do the 3rd hit, I get the 10 extra hits and then get the Jaguar proc. These are good and fast runs, actually. Pop. Two and a half spawn again. Slither. Okay, we had Slither earlier, let's see. 12:23 or so. Didn't see the timer at the end. What was it? P30. So it's like a 55-second kill. Previous one is 45. Hello, Nita. Okay, it's time Moonrise.
May your road be filled with wonders.
What's left, you ask?
So we have, what do we say, roughly 60 to 70% less hits, which also means like less Jagger procs. But they have more damage. Best build for Spiritborn is Quill Volley. Now, Evade is a very good farming build in T4 once it's like fully set up, but it takes a while to get there. Quill Volley is like way more powerful, and you can also do like T4 bosses easily and stuff. That's right, I'm staying right now. I've been playing this earlier, but now I'm trying Crushing Hand. Okay, 75 with Moonrise, Jago Hall, Air of Perdition. Excited to see this one, let's see. Okay, we were saying 45. So wait for right here. Right here, do something. Yeah, no Fortify and no Supremacy stack, so the start is kinda rough. You have to discount like 10 seconds or so. That should be better now. Okay. I mean, so far so good. I wonder how it feels on a boss. I guess it might be kind of close between the two setups. But here, the thing is I have the luxury to press my buttons whenever I want. On Unrelenting, I always try to be careful to make the 3-hit combo work. I'm not sure if you're looking at the screen, Odin. What's this? And I was just waiting for the music to start, I guess. And to be fair, that's a pretty crappy run. Kill speed is fine. Okay, 11, 48, Scourge of the land. Things have like a lot less barrier here right now. I get most of my barriers just on the crushing hand itself. So I have like less EHP actually, if I put it like this without the bulwark. Should probably include bulwark after all. This was a fastball skill though. Fuck, I didn't see the timer now. This definitely felt faster. Catching and bad and noxious Spiritborn. Well, if you're talking about Toxic Skin has pushed like into mid 80. I'm like speed farming mid 70. Should easily push plus 10 tiers from here, I think. Plus those were softcore clears with softcore gear, I guess, so... I want to see the timer. We walked in at 11:48, right? So it was 32 seconds. Pretty good. Interestingly, the boss kill was really fast. But this setup here should have a disadvantage on the boss and an advantage elsewhere. Let's do another one. Tisek. Shadow Vow is used to level your ult from 35 to 60. And then you can trash it. Okay, we lost another 45 again. Yeah, I think we have to put in a bulwark. It will make us tankier. And probably be worth damage-wise for Viscous Shield. Like, very often I don't have a full barrier. Let's just do another run here. I mean, okay, when you kill this stuff at this pace, you have barrier from Auspicious. But in the boss fight, for example, it drops and it never comes back. And you only have a little bit of barrier from Crushing Hand itself, and that's it. And while that refills on every single hit, you just have like a lot of less EHP against one-shots. And if you get through my barrier, there's my Fortify, and then right here has to slowly Fortify us again. Decently fast run again. We just got a guy away. Goodbye. Oh. Okay, 12, 21. Chief Marauder. Bad single target boss, but I guess he hits us a bit. Now he's staggered and we actually get Auspicious Barrier, which is funny. So our damage goes up. Yeah, interestingly, the setup seems significantly better on the boss. Which is like the one place where I expected it to be worse. But both kills were noticeably faster than with Unrelenting. So I guess Unrelenting is just worse. What was that? Yeah, Heartseeker and 65 for the Thorns build. Yeah, Thorns is a bit of a struggle for sure. Okay, 11:50, 1:50, 11:50. When do we engage? So this was 31 seconds. And just like a typical single target boss. And the other fight was like 35. And with Unrelenting it was like 55 and 45. On like okay bosses. So I think Moonrise in that case. Moonrise also gives us movement speed. Attack speed is also just useful for more defense. One thing I should try though is Bulwark. I should go back to Bulwark. Neoxal. Maybe do Ahuxal, just like we do in Quill Volley. Ahu Q, actually. I'll try that. Yo, Agent Zero, thank you. So less life, but more barrier. So under good scenarios, I will do a bit less damage now because I have less life, meaning less overpower damage. But under bad scenarios, I will do more damage, and I will generally be with tankier because I have bigger shields, and I have less risk of losing my Fortify to damage or dying. Right. 227 to rare. 227 to magic. 18 max resource. 91. Wait a minute. That's 9 more max resource. I think we should do it this way. Yeah, we'll just load up an 80 and see what happens. I wonder if I can kill the blisters. If I can't kill the blisters, the boss will die pretty slow. Hello, Grey Ghost. If you watch for 3 hours, you get the drops. Although I will not stay 3 hours more, unfortunately. It's getting kinda late here, it's almost 2, and I slept like 4 hours today. Good news though, I'll be here early tomorrow. Actually, it might be Crushing Hand pit push update time here. And then bench. This looks like a nice pushing angle. I can try another Vashan kill to set up. Should be even stronger than the one I did earlier. We can probably kill the T4 bosses at this pretty fast now. I wonder how this setup would feel though without the blisters. Probably bad. Might be kinda carried by the blisters in the season power. I think it's something I should check. If it just remove blisters, how is the boss? Because less hits, less lucky hits. I'm gonna try some 75s and just remove blisters. The other parts are just like for damage increases, so that's fine. But the blisters have a bit of a weird impact. I mean, on Quill we are doing like 3.5 minutes, 80s. So 1 more minute from here. This looks more like a at least 5-6 minute run. Definitely hitting the wall a bit earlier, but not that early. Depends on how the boss call is. Boss call should be maybe 2 minutes. Depends on if I can kill the blisters. I should be able to kill the blisters. No, Thomas. GA Permafrost Amulet seems impossible. Well, yeah, I don't have a single amulet that has like a passive on it. That's how it is. Just hunt for it. I mean, there might be other passives they can go for, or I can go for int or something like that. Maybe Norfar has it. I have Norfar trades, he has it probably, but I'm not sure if he does actually. Yeah, it's looking like a 5-minute spawn. Or like 2-minute kill. Okay, 420. 10:45 engage. I have Slither again. Let's see if you can do the blisters. Doesn't work, I can't kill the blisters actually. Here's an interesting part. Because of the blisters, I get my Ahu rune to activate in the like early in the fight. So I actually get my bulwarks. Okay, it's like 110. Actually, it might be 2-minute kill. It's gonna be more ads, and this at 35% he gets double damage. I'm so close to killing the Blitzwasp, so that there's this despawn of like 5%. I was supposed to be dead already, actually. Like 1 tier lower, I guess both will be dead. Instead of 50%. Okay, we are almost at 2 minutes actually. Oh, we killed the blister. It happened. Oh, easy to live. Okay, 2.5. $240. Okay. 5 upgrades. Yo, Crunk, thanks for Prime. Death Trap, Brony Leroy. It works already pretty well with very little. And then it just kind of gets crazy. Polearm, Poledar.
Shine on, my friend.
The skin is called Veil Walker. I'm not sure where it's from though. Might be Battle Pass from Season 6 or something. Hmm. The resources. How often do I actually get my resources? And my bulwarks. The bulwark procs are like every 2-3 seconds, so it's definitely up all the time. But it's not like Quill Volley. Exile actually seems to proc roughly a second or so. That's interesting. So resources go up and down like a lot. Ding, 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 ding. Marfan dummy kill. So it's 45. Yeah, there's no pit 150. Highest pit is gonna be like 120 or something. 125. Basically, because the Sorc is bugged a little bit right now. Otherwise it'll be like 110, 115. That's it. Go right here. Do your thing. You don't have to do this, I'm just doing this for like, you know, comparison basically. Okay. I mean, it's like, I don't know what, 10 seconds or something? It's okay. Привет. Okay, I'm just gonna remove a little power and try 75 and then another 75 with unrelenting. Ah shit. I need to put away vortex. And audio officially for Discord and NFG is all people NFG 100 Belial runs. Yeah, I guess they're farming a lot of these Shans and Urivars. And you know, then they want to do the Rota, you know? The materials they have found for the last week. Right? Bang. What do you do to prepare Torment 1? Nothing, just go Torment 1. And then you start blasting. Like Torment 1 doesn't have very high requirements, just make sure you don't have like 700 life and negative res. Then, you know, just get your armor up, get your res up. Don't need to do much in Torment 1. If you have any kind of obols, just use those to get 750 loot in every slot. Roll res everywhere, or something like that. Thanks, Creator. So did I just clear an 80, right? And I was like 7 minutes clear? Dude, it's kind of funny. Huh. Oh, like the only clears we saw, like a few days ago, the only clears we saw in Spiritborn were all proxy scale. They were like, I don't know, 82, 85. Like slow runs. There was no Quill. There was no other build. And now Quill is just like blasting it all away. And even this build is like probably better than Doxy's Camp. It's a nice 2.5 minute spawn. That's good, Quill's at 100. Okay, let's see, we're out in at 1226. I think you're gonna notice the difference now without the Bloodbusters. It's three times fewer targets on single target bosses. So less lucky hits, less resources, less Xan. You're already at over 20 seconds. I can notice the difference. So now I really want to see the difference when I go unrelenting aspect. This was 48 seconds. And this guy even had ads. It's a good boss. The blizzard power is very important. I can't speak Russian, Polta. We snap and Darius on it and call it a day. Let's go.
Hello, shining beauty.
See some steel you need? Use it well.
Great aura. Greater sword.
So back to the triple combos. As long as you theorycraft enough, you can make every build work. That's not necessarily true, but I mean, Torment 4 is not such a high bar, even with the, you know, difficulty changes. A lot of stuff can work there. And the cool part is that Torment 4 actually feels more like an endgame like it did in the past. You know? I feel like Torment 4 was just kind of like a given on like any build that was like semi-competent. You know, everyone was just in Torment 4. With like anything. With no gear, right? And then you just like kept gearing up, but for what? Okay, do more pit. But now it kind of feels like, okay, you kind of need to go into Torment 4 and then you have to get like strong enough to make Torment 4 easy. And then at some point you're kind of like, okay, you know, now I've invested and I'm getting somewhere, you know? So that's cool. Mod check. What's he even saying? Thank you. Tribute of Titans, Melonhead. Actually, now that I think about it, I should stop my... I should definitely do that. I should stop my Ravager. Should I? For pushing, I guess. I can get more Jaguar Hall perks if I stop my Ravager to the other upgrade. To 11:45, let's see. It's a decent boss. What did he have before? This was almost a one melee kill. Darius of a shower park will bring a good poison build. Well, I did update the Andariel Spiritborn build. It's in the Quillwater guide on Maxroll. I did it last night actually. I didn't put a shower power. I have Uriel power for more cooldown, but you can try a shower and see if it helps you. It might actually contribute a bit. But it's not gonna be like crazy good or so, but probably tone 4 viable for sure. Probably even more than that. I don't have an Andarius right now, but yeah. It was relatively decent in the past. There's some exponential. It does more damage the lower the boss is. Well, yes, but actually no, because you don't actually poison enemies. You know, you hit them and boom, poison's gone. So there's no benefit from that. And Spiritborn is the only class that can actually, you know, really make a use of this. But you have to go play Noxious Resonance. $756. Ah, das war so Tier 80. Das was Roshan. Okay, this was the 75 other blisters, right? So let's see this again. Sector Menace. Walking at 11:26. Okay. This was 48 seconds. And the other one was like 56 or something. Slightly worse boss. $11:45. Yeah. 57 seconds. So just the Blood Blister power alone makes the boss fight minus 1/3 or something. Noticeable. Even if, okay, I think here I do kill the blisters and I get the Monarchy hits, and that's gonna have to be an important thing. I wanna try a 75 with Midnight Sun. The old glove, which also has more ranks. It also has double Vuln, which is a bit of an overkill. Okay, maybe just keep the glove, so you can keep the armor setup that we had and so on. So it's a bit scuffed, you lose one stat there. But I want to try the comparison. But we put back the blister. And we put back Moonrise.
Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Moonrise is definitely the winner here, I think, on this setup. The unrelenting is just like not that great. Epoch, Aho, Q. Now, what about Air of Perdition? Do we keep that? You don't really care about Lucky Hit anymore. So we could go back to Harmony. But maybe say this is fine. Let's see what happens. So we only changed the ring.
after all. How to get rid of the Lilith power? It's not working. You don't have to like trigger the Lilith power or something. You just have to have it equipped. That's it. Okay, damage difference is noticeable. I'm gonna do one run and then see the boss. I'm gonna mostly see the boss. I mean, if you're getting carried, don't you just like wait outside? You didn't get the... Did you do it on Torment 4? You have to do it on Torment 4. This is Torment 4 only achievement. Then, I don't know. Maybe rank up the power. This is Spiritborn. One class. This was actually not that bad. So just think how little difference it seems to make. I mean, it's worse damage, but I think if I go down like 3-4 tiers or something, then it's gonna feel just like it did with Stardust. So it doesn't make such a huge difference. It makes sense because, you know, you have way less lucky hit here, so way less of the resource procs. Compared to Quill. And Quill is a more noticeable difference going Stardust. And Quill is like easy 5+ tiers, I'd say. This is more like the 80 almost that I did earlier. Okay, we have exactly 10, 57, let's go. Can I kill the blisters? Close, okay.
can probably tank this time, right? What is that, like around a minute, I think? 2 GA glove. Probably conceded aspect though. Does he still fall a bit short of this build? Yeah, evade is more of like a farming build, not so high for the put. We're gonna do some evade tomorrow, I think. He's a 4 quill body glove, actually. Should try to sell this. Okay, I just need to make my quill body guide and then I sell these gloves. Okay. And this thing. So now we have like the farming setup again. It's just like change the runes. And it works. Also, I actually forgot to put the points here again. This will be a bit more damage. So yeah, I think it's like 3-4 tiers behind when you go Midnight or Starless or Soul. Maybe out of 5. For Quill, the gap is a bit larger. Okay, I'm gonna go, guys. Bitch. Yeah, the Stitching Stones don't help you really. There's just more bosses. Yeah, it's raid time, guys. Who though? Panda. Panda. Hope you enjoyed it, everyone. Thanks for all the subs. See you tomorrow. Wandering Death Execute power doesn't make sense on a Spiritborn. You have to execute from the Hunter. And Blood Blisters cannot be executed. Anyway, goodbye, guys.